Good evening and welcome to the April 6, 2026 meeting of the City Summit Zoning Board of Adjustment. My name is Scott Leggett. I'm the Zoning Board Chair. Please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. In accordance with New Jersey Statute 10:4-10, adequate notice of this special meeting has been provided to a newspaper record. It's been posted here in City Hall. This meeting is a judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to the issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider reaching a decision. Decorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. For the benefit of the interested public, this meeting is being live streamed on the city's YouTube page. It's also being broadcast on Summit's government channel, which is Comcast 34, Verizon 30. Transcript of this meeting is also being taken using video and audio, so we need all speakers to utilize one of the microphones in this room. Please note that the fire exits are to my right, your left, and at the back of the room where you entered. City also has a listening system to assist the hearing impaired. If anyone needs hearing assistance, please obtain the system at the dais and return it there afterwards. Ms. Sands, can you please call the roll of members?
Vice Chair Zahn? Here. Mr. Yuko?
Here.
Mr. Millet?
Here.
Mr. Mullen?
Here.
Mr. Nelson?
Here.
Mr. Curran?
Here.
Ms. Chifo?
Here.
Mr. Feskins?
Here.
Mr. Chanchuli?
Here.
Mr. Bell is excused. Chairman Loikitz?
Here.
You have a quorum. You may proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Sands. Andy Ball is the zoning board's attorney. Mr. Ball advises the board members on matters of law and is the key interface with the applicant's attorney. Mr. Ball does not vote on these applications. Jessica Sands, who you just heard from, is a city employee and is the zoning board secretary. Board secretary works with the applicants on preparing their applications, planning our agendas, and keeping our meeting minutes. The board secretary also does not vote. Also present tonight are our experts who are hired annually by the board to provide input. Tonight we have Carl O'Brien doing his best Marie Raffay impression. Thank you, Carl, for joining us. From Collier's Engineering. And then we also have Ed Snikes from Burgess Associates, and he's our board planner. These experts are seated at the table to the right of the board, the public's left. They also do not vote on these applications. Our board consists of 7 regular members and up to 4 alternates. All the members tonight can participate in the hearings, but only a maximum of 7 can vote. Most applications require a simple majority to be approved. Before we enter into executive session to vote on these applications, you will be advised of how many votes are required for approval. Each case will begin with their applicants or their attorney giving an overview of the application process to date and what variances are required. We then hear from any additional expert witnesses the applicant may have to help explain the application and why these variances are needed. The board experts, then followed by the board members, may ask questions of the applicant, their attorney, and their witnesses. Due to recent cases running excessively long, we strongly encourage applicants and their experts to give brief and concise testimony so we can get to as many cases in a possible given evening. Once the board members and the board professionals have completed their questioning, the public will have an opportunity to ask questions. It's not the time to tell us what you think about this case. That opportunity comes at the end of the hearing. Please careful as how you phrase your questions. They should not be preceded with a statement about the case. It should be a direct question to the witness. Also, before you ask your questions, please clearly state your name, spell your last name, and provide us your address. It's important that our court reporter be able to keep a clear and accurate public record. After all witnesses have been heard, members of the audience then have their second opportunity to speak. This is the time where you may express your opinion, positive or negative, about the application. Then the public hearing is closed and we enter into executive session. This is where the board members discuss the case and then we vote. You'll be able to listen in our executive session, but not normally be able to participate in our discussion. I'm going to ask for each applicant and or their attorney, if present, to come up and just give me a brief synopsis of their anticipated testimony, how many witnesses they're going to present, and whether or not they can finish their presentation within 30 minutes. And then, just for the applicants following 695 Springfield Avenue, please know that we're concluding a case that we've carried several times tonight over the span of 1 year. So we're going to go right into what we'll call closing arguments, and then we'll have our deliberations after that. Cases 2, 3, and 4, 52 Huntley, 16 Shadyside, and 31 Mealy Place will go in regular order then. So if I could have a representative from 52 Huntley, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I thank you for your time tonight. My name is Evan Pickus. I'm with the law firm of Pickus and Aronson in Spotswood, Middlesex County, and I'm here representing the applicant on the 52 Huntley project. The project that we're proposing is renovation of an existing property. We need a variance for disturbance of a steep slope. We're removing a driveway from one side and putting it on the other side, and because of the construction that's being done there, it affects the steep slopes, and therefore a variance is required. I don't believe that the application will take more than a half an hour. I have one witness who is our engineer, and I believe he'll be able to tie everything up for us.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I would say we'll get to you soon, but then I'd be lying.
I'll be right there.
Okay. If I could have a representative from 16 Shadyside, please.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Vermanier. I'm the homeowner. I'm here with my architect. I don't think the testimony should take very long, but
Okay.
yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And finally, 31 Mealy Place.
Hi, good evening. Hillary Alls from Dempsey, Dempsey and Sheehan, representing Von Harlem LLC, 31 Millie Place. 3 witnesses, and we can definitely do it in 30 minutes or less.
Great, thank you, Hillary. All right, and with that, we're going to attempt to conclude our carried hearing of 695 Springfield Avenue.
So I believe, as the chairman noted, we are just to the point of closing arguments at this point. As we mentioned in the last hearing, we are not accepting any additional testimony or public comments at this point. So Mr. Simon, as the objector's counsel, you can go first. Mr. Maynard will follow. And then we will proceed to deliberations, where it will be closed to any further comment unless we specifically request input from either the attorneys on potential conditions, for example. So go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening. Rob Simon here on behalf of my clients who I've identified earlier from Herald Law. So I want to first start by commending the board and its experts, as well as the applicant and its experts, and of course, Mr. Maynard, for everyone's participation, professionalism, and courtesies throughout this matter. I also want to commend those members of the public on both sides of the aisle who have participated in this proceeding with your attendance, with your intelligent questions and comments. The land use application process, as we know, is always benefited by significant public participation, as was the case here for this application, regardless of one's position for, against, or providing commentary as to the application. And as this Board of Adjustment knows, applications are routinely denied where an applicant fails to provide the board with reliable and complete information so to allow the board to comprehensively assess whether the applicant has met its burden of proof under the applicable ordinances for the relief requested and the relief required. Other applications are denied where competent and comprehensive evidence has been presented, but the applicant still fails to meet its burden of proof under the local ordinances, under the municipal land use law, for the relief requested and the relief required. And here, unfortunately, under both scenarios, you have a procedural failure, a substantive failure, and that is why this application in its current state must be denied. And candidly, as I will explain in a little bit, it is disappointing, candidly, that the applicant has only minimally revised its site plan, despite the many concerns appropriately raised by board members and members of the public. There are still numerous ordinance violations, numerous unknowns, with the currently proposed site plan. Violations and unknowns brought up in testimony, brought up in cross-examination, that the applicant could certainly have corrected or tried to correct via a revised application and plan, or amended application and plan, but chose not to do so. So I'm going to start my commentary with something that Mr. Snikes raised early on in his memo, which is the RLUIPA law. And there's no debate that faith communities enhance the city of Summit. That is why so many members of the public, including those living in the subject neighborhood, told you that they were supportive of the church's mission. And as you also know, and you'll hear from Mr. Ball, Mr. Snikes, the RLUIPA law, the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, is a federal law, and it protects houses of worship. It also protects individuals from discriminatory zoning laws. And what it does, in essence, is prohibits government regulation that substantially burdens religious exercise unless that law or regulation is justified by a compelling governmental interest using the least restrictive means. Now, I understand also, as you know, a Board of Adjustment attorney in other communities not too far from here, that a Board of Adjustment does not assess the legality or illegality or the comprehensiveness of any zoning ordinance or site plan design ordinance. Board of Adjustments here to call balls and strikes, checks the variances, checks the design exceptions, checks the site plan application, the conditional use application, various use variances as in this case, and determines whether an applicant meets their burden of proof under the positive and negative criteria as applicable for that relief required. But nevertheless, it is important to mention, because it has been raised, that, and I believe actually Ms. Keller in her testimony as the planner for the applicant raised it as well, that we believe certainly that the regulations at issue here do not substantially burden religious exercise. They treat the applicant on equal terms with non-religious assembly or institutions in the city of Summit, whether it is buffering, whether it's setbacks, lot area, building coverage, lot coverage, parking regulations. And even if many existing houses of worship in Summit, for example, have inadequate parking, they, as we all know, predate zoning and have public parking lots nearby, just as an example. And here, what we have is an applicant who intends to work with a clean slate after demolishing the existing building at the property. And we believe all those factors lead to the conclusion that certainly there is no substantial burden on the applicant to provide the requirements under buffering, height, lot area, building coverage, etc., taking into consideration the surrounding residential and public properties, the traffic on Springfield Avenue, the lack of crosswalks with no sidewalks on one side of the roadway, and the significant distance to the property entrance from available off-site parking. And there is indeed a compelling governmental interest to provide adequate on-site parking, buffering, setbacks, etc., for the protection of the surrounding public and the protection, which I'll get into shortly, the protection of the surrounding public land. This applicant knowingly picked a property that is undersized. And then what they did was they proceeded to design the site to nevertheless require variance relief for a whole plethora of categories, both under the conditional use standards that we'll talk about, as well as the bulk standards in the ordinance. And this is especially, I'll use the word egregious, given that some of those ordinance standards that are being violated are expressed as based on the actual size of the property or building that one wishes to develop, whether it's lot coverage, whether it's building coverage, whether it's parking. So it's not like you have a number in those cases that you have to meet. You need to meet, in those cases, either a percentage of the lot area, or in the case of parking, based on square footage of building, number of seats in the sanctuary. And as you'll hear, certainly we contend that the building space beyond the sanctuary space seating can certainly be reduced to either meet or come much closer to meeting the deficient bulk use parking requirements and still allow the members of the church to engage in the intended religious exercise. So let's start by talking about the design of the building and the layout. Despite this property being used for non-residential purposes since the 1940s, there has been no effort by the governing body to rezone this property over the last 80 years to a non-residential use. Always been residential use, currently in the R15 zone. And that's likely the case since when you have a pre-existing non-conforming use, Red Cross use, the goal under the municipal land use law is to return it to a conforming use as soon as practicable. In this case, a use that is permitted in the R15 zone, such as a single-family residential use. And in fact here, as we all know by driving by, the building at the Red Cross property looks like a house. No one that is driving by this property, let alone those who are not from the area, thinks that it is a non-residential property housing a non-residential use. But instead of incorporating the existing residential building design into the design of the church, the applicant went with an unusually spaced, unusually spread out building design that our planner, Mr. Steck, described as a piece of sculpture. Based on the testimony of the applicant's witnesses and even its members, it's clear that the proposed building and the related campus amenities were sized to the applicant's wants and not simply its needs. Notwithstanding that this undersized property for a house of worship in the R15 zone is, and I believe one of the members of the public mentioned this, approximately 10 times the size of the property where the Beacon Church is currently located. And you also heard that the church does not intend to be increasing the number of attendees or the number of its membership. The building includes 6 rooms, identified as classrooms, meeting rooms, workrooms, and a very large foyer, lobby, commons area in front of the first floor. And I ask parenthetically why one would need a building that has a capacity of 880 people per the fire code if you only have approximately 450 total members, an average of 161 attendees at any one time, and are not intending to increase the number of attendees or increase its membership. As we now know, the proposed design is not based on any recognized requirements of the Unitarian faith. No evidence was presented to this board that the Unitarian faith influences, let alone requires, the proposed Nautilus design that is materially inconsistent with not only the surrounding neighborhood development, but the design of other houses of worship in the city of Summit. And there's no evidence that was presented to this board of another Nautilus design for a house of worship, let alone one of the Unitarian faith or one immediately surrounded by a public park anywhere, New Jersey, another state in the United States. The architect that worked on this project on behalf of the applicant had never worked in New Jersey before, and he never designed a house of worship in the state of New Jersey. And in fact, upon questioning, we learned that the architect never first looked at, let alone considered, either the zoning standards or the design standards in this community, despite deciding to work with what I've referred to as a clean slate. The intended design not only violates many applicable zoning standards, it also violates the City of Summit's design standards set forth in the ordinance. And I'm going to come back to this, but I think it's incredibly important for this particular application that instead of starting with the use variance requirements that need to be met here with a higher burden of proof, I'm going to start with something that has not really been mentioned hardly throughout these proceedings, which is the design standards in the City of Summit. In section 35-14.1, general design requirements, this is in the Summit ordinance, it states the design requirements set forth in this chapter are intended to guide all development in the City of Summit in a manner that is harmonious and consistent with the existing character of the community, including the architectural styles, forms, massing, orientation, structures, and site configuration. It goes on to state, buildings and additions shall not be dominant, but shall be proportionate to and complement surrounding development. Site improvements and buildings shall be incorporated in a comprehensive development plan that ensures safety, functionality, sustainability, and aesthetic enhancement in a manner that respects the site's physical features and relates well to the design vernacular of surrounding development. The design standards go on under section 14.5 to state that non-residential buildings shall be harmonious in architectural style with other buildings in the surrounding neighborhood. And then there's a discussion about orientation, that the primary building orientation shall not be toward a parking lot, but rather facing at least one adjacent public street. Now, it would have been nice if the design architect for this project had took 3 minutes to read those sections before he began to design this project. We humbly state that there's been no effort whatsoever, and I'll get to the proofs in a moment, but there's been no effort whatsoever to comply with those requirements that I just read to you that are set forth in the site plan section of the City of Summit's ordinance, nor has exception relief been requested of this board from those standards. Let's talk about the visual impact study. The plans and the renderings provided by the applicant's professional team we submit do not show the true impact of this project on the surrounding neighborhood. Not even showing on their plans the lots directly across the street from the subject property on Springfield Avenue. When you deliberate, you look at that site plan and you see how many homes you see, how many lots you see across the street from Springfield Avenue as presented to this board. The visual impact study was not from all vantage points, whether it was the park, whether it was across Springfield Avenue. We didn't see winter views where there's no foliage. And that is significant since the park property and the subject property mostly contain deciduous trees with few evergreens. And as we also know, the trees from the visual impact study that the applicant is relying upon to provide some screening from neighborhood properties are not all on the applicant's property. They're partly on the park property, and you know as a Board of Adjustment member that you're not allowed, or you shouldn't be, relying on buffering from adjacent properties to provide buffering that is required under the ordinance. We have no idea whether the trees depicted in the visual impact study are dead, diseased, or dying, or will be around 5 or 10 years from now. There's the neighboring properties, including those across Springfield Avenue, will be able to see those solar panels in the building and the parking lot, especially during the winter months, and including, of course, at night, when the undersides of those carport solar panels are illuminated. Even during the day, the carport panels will be visible from the second floors of homes, both adjacent to the site and across Springfield Avenue. So certainly the visual impact study that was presented to you, we believe, does not adequately represent the actual impact of the building, the parking areas, the solar canopies to the surrounding community. Now let's spend a minute and talk about the master plan. And I mentioned to you in a prior meeting that the master plan actually identifies this property specifically. And it actually states, it refers to it as the Red Cross property, and it states the Red Cross property on Springfield Avenue is surrounded by Wilson Park and would potentially square off Wilson Park and be a logical expansion of Wilson Park. That is a direct quote from the master plan. And what is significant here is that the master plan recognizes this specific property as important to the community since it is surrounded on all sides by Wilson Park. Not a property that we humbly contend should be developed inconsistent with the surrounding public park uses while at the same time violating so many sections of the ordinance. And the applicant never even took the time in all these hearings to present evidence as to the nature and extent of the surrounding public park areas. Who's using the area, when, for what activities, number of kids per activity, related parking requirements, etc. This is, as you heard from the public commentary, at the end of the case, this is an active public park. Neighbors mentioned to the board soccer activities, baseball, softball games and practices, even summer camps taking place at Wilson Park. So now let's turn to the municipal land use law. As we know, as Board of Adjustment members, you need to meet both the positive and negative criteria under the MLUL for the required variances. And if you meet the negative but don't meet the positive, you lose. if you meet the positive but don't meet the negative, you lose. The burden of proof is on the applicant at all times. It's not on the board, it's not on the board professionals, it's not on the members of the public, and it never shifts. And we also know that municipalities should be making zoning decisions by ordinance rather than by variance. And it goes on in terms of the case law to state that sometimes when you have so much relief that is being requested by an applicant, that a grant of those variances in bulk would cause, and the term they used is an arrogation of the governing body authority, when you have that much relief that is being requested by a particular applicant. And there, of course, there's also a heightened sensitivity when looking at a project requiring not just 6 or 7 bulk variances, but 8 conditional use variances, a separate use variance under D1 for the solar arrays, conditional use approval, bulk relief, and exception relief. So we contend that there's a lot going on here in terms of what this board is faced with in assessing this application. We'll start with the D1 variance, the use variance for the prohibited solar carport use in a residential zone. Ordinance says it's not permitted, so it's expressly prohibited in the R15 zone. And the law says that a D1 variance should rarely be granted, especially where there are surrounding and adjacent residential neighborhoods, because it is presumed that the granting of such use variance will be inconsistent with the zone plan and zoning ordinance and will adversely change the character of those residential neighborhoods. Case law, the Supreme Court states that variances to allow new nonconforming uses should be granted only sparingly and with great caution, since they tend to impair sound zoning. And only exceptional cases warrant use variance relief. And it also goes without saying that solar carports are also not customarily associated with a house of worship, and no evidence has been presented to this board to the contrary. Now, we will acknowledge, of course, that solar panels are considered inherently beneficial uses under the municipal land use law. It's in a definition of inherently beneficial use. And therefore, it meets the positive criteria under the municipal land use law. So this board concluded that these solar carports meet the positive criteria. I take no issue with that. I'd advise you accordingly. However, the applicant still must satisfy the negative criteria under the 4-part SECA balancing test for a D1 variance for an inherently beneficial use. And before I go through it, I'm going to remind this board that there is a ranking, in essence, or a hierarchy of public benefit in any balancing analysis under the SECA test. And at the very top, or toward the very top, certainly, is the head trauma center, which it actually was what was at issue in the SECA case. And I would contend that at the lower end, for inherently beneficial uses, are uses such as the storage of school buses that are also considered by case law as inherently beneficial uses. So you may tolerate some negatives under the law associated with a head trauma center that you would not for a school bus storage lot. Just to give the board some foundation as to what we're talking about when you assess the SECA balancing test. So there's 4 issues. You identify the public interest at stake. You then identify the detrimental effect that would ensue from granting the variances. In this case, being out of place in a residential zone, within the required buffer, being too tall, having a bad design, choosing a bad area to put them in. Number three, determining if the detrimental effect could be reduced by the imposition of reasonable conditions on the use. Now, there's no reasonable conditions that are proposed by the applicant related to the solar carport arrays. And any additional landscaping would actually only further screen the panels and make them more ineffective for their intended use. And then number four, you weigh the positive and negative criteria to determine whether on balance, the granting of the variance would cause substantial harm to the public good, where this board is to consider the extent of the public policy need for these solar panels, balanced against the harm that would be caused by locating them in an area where their presence contravenes the local zoning ordinance. And also recall that even for inherently beneficial uses, an applicant has the burden of proof to meet the negative criteria under the municipal land use law, no substantial detriment to the public good, and no substantial impairment to the zone plan and zoning ordinance. What we have here is that the solar energy is only benefiting the applicant. There hasn't even been, I will contend, comprehensive evidence by any solar company provider as to the extent of energy savings for this applicant. We do know that there's tall trees on the east side of the public property that will shade panels over the parking lot, making it seem that any savings may not be what is intended. The solar carports will be contrary to the residential dwellings and properties that are characteristic of the surrounding neighborhoods. They will be in direct contravention of the ordinance and municipality's master plan, which provides as its planning goal and policy to preserve the residential character of the community. And we believe that any minimal increase or so-called benefit in having solar electric at the property to only benefit the applicant is overwhelmingly outweighed by the substantial detriment associated with the number, height, location of the solar carport structures, including the adverse impacts on the residential neighborhood and the violations of the related setback and buffering restrictions on an undersized lot. And I'm going to remind you that based on Mr. Steck's exhibit 01, all of these carport arrays are located within the required buffer. So whether you think they're inherently beneficial or not, which they are under municipal land use law, the fact remains is that they're being proposed in an area where they are not permitted by ordinance. And so therefore, we believe that the variance, if approved, would not promote the purposes of the master plan and the zoning ordinance, and that the applicant falls well short of meeting its burden of proof as to the negative criteria under that SECA balancing test and the municipal land use law. And we do believe that the application for the solar carports under the D1 criteria certainly should be denied. Now we
Mr.
move
Simon,
on.
if I may jump in for
Yeah,
just
sure.
1 second, I do hate to interrupt you during the statement, but as to the SECA balancing test, I just want to clarify, you mentioned the third factor, the imposition of conditions. That
Reasonable conditions,
the
yes.
applicant has not come forward with conditions as to those solar canopies. It's not the applicant's burden, you're contending, to come forward with conditions. It would be the board's prerogative to come up with those conditions. Is that right?
I do not agree with that. It
Here's
is
the-
not and I said it earlier, Mr. Ball, the board does not have the burden of proof to meet, in this case, the negative criteria for a D1 variance. It is not up to the board to decide whether there are reasonable conditions that are to be imposed. It is the burden on an applicant who is seeking a D1 use variance under the third step of the SECA balancing test to propose reasonable conditions. If I'm an applicant and I'm representing an applicant for a D1 variance, I will tell you that every single time when I go through the Sika balancing test, I will explain the number of conditions that the applicant is agreeing to mitigate any detrimental impact associated with this D1 use variance that my applicant is seeking. It is not up to the board to fill in that blank under the third criteria. I believe that that is not what the law states. I believe it proposes an unfair burden on a board, and it relieves the applicant of the burden of proof, certainly with regard to that third prong under the Sika balancing test. It's my legal opinion on that. With regard to the D3 conditional use variances, so we know the proposed house of worship is a conditional use in the R15 zone. A planning board, and I'm going to quote actually, because there is language that we also haven't spoken much about at the beginning of the conditional use ordinance. And it talks about general requirements for conditional uses, which includes a house of worship. And what it says, even before you get to the criteria, it says, the planning board, this is section 35-11.1, the planning board shall not approve a conditional use unless it finds that the use meets all of the requirements of this chapter, does not substantially impair the use and enjoyment of surrounding properties, and does not substantially impair the character of the surrounding area, and does not have any substantial adverse effect on surrounding properties. No building, structure, or premises shall be used unless in conformance with the conditions listed below. Then you go down in the ordinance, house of worship. There are 12 requirements enumerated. This applicant violates not one, not two, not three. They violate 8. They violate 8 of the 12 requirements. Minimum lot area, starting with that for a reason. Requirement is 2 acres. They're at 1.74 acres. And that represents a 12.5% deviation from the ordinance standard. So I will tell you that when there's an application for an undersized lot, and you're short, whether it's 5%, 10%, in this case 12.5%, the first thing you know in Planning and Zoning 101 is that when you go and design that site on an undersized lot, you better sure take into consideration the fact that you can't just act as if this is a fully conforming lot in terms of lot area, let alone exceeding it. That you have to take into consideration the fact that it is smaller and you're working with less than what the ordinance contemplates in most cases. So what this means to me is that at a minimum, that all of the standards, with a couple of exceptions, which I'll talk about in a minute, there should be if you're going to deviate from the ordinance, that deviation should not be greater than 12.5% from the requirement, going a little bit smaller, other than for lot coverage and building coverage, and I'm clumping them together because in your ordinance, the standard is based on a percentage of lot area. So regardless of what your lot area is, you're only permitted a maximum of a certain percentage in relation to the size of the lot. So you should be meeting that requirement, whether it's full-sized or a little bit smaller. Same thing goes with building height, because building height, it doesn't matter how big or small necessarily the lot is, that you're going vertical, and so you should be meeting that height requirement because it has nothing to do with the proposed lot area. Well, what do we have here? If you look at maximum lot coverage, the maximum lot coverage that's permitted is 40%, and they're at 48.9%. My math tells me that that's not a 12.5% deviation or less, but rather a 21% deviation from the ordinance standard. Maximum building coverage, that is a 9% deviation from the ordinance standard instead of meeting the ordinance. And again, because it's expressed as a percentage, you should be meeting these requirements. Building height, they need a variance for building height. And again, these are conditional use variances. Minimum side yard setback, they're at a 52% deviation from the ordinance standard, not 12.5% or less. Minimum side buffer, they're at a 77% and 79% on the other side deviation from the ordinance standard. So again, I have a little bit smaller of a lot, okay, I'm not going to be able to fully meet the buffer standard. I'll probably be off by 12.5% because I'm 12.5% less than what the minimum lot size requirement is. But instead, they're at 77 and 79% of a deviation. Minimum buffer of 50 feet in the rear, 70% deviation. Again, not a 12.5% deviation. Even minimum parking setback, a 25% deviation, not a 12.5% deviation. So the applicant has not only failed to comply as to minimum lot area, maximum permitted lot and building coverage, and maximum permitted height, which they have the ability all to control because their percentages are they're not affected by the size of the lot, but they haven't even complied with those, and they also haven't accounted for the deficient lot area by scaling down its development in proportion to the extent of the lot area deviation for the other standards. Instead, they've gone the other way, the wrong way, and now we're at a scale from between 25% of deviation, which is double the 12.5%, up to almost 80%. And again, since the applicant has chosen to demolish the Red Cross building, it is not prevented from fully complying with these conditional use requirements, other than admittedly lot area, even though we do find fault with them not checking the ordinance apparently and purchasing a lot that they know has deficient lot area that they need to work with to comply with the ordinance, or at least making sure that if they are going to propose deviations to this board seeking variance relief, that they are minimal in line with that 12.5% deviation on lot area and not between 25% and almost 80%. Now, with regard to the conditional use standards under the Coventry Square case, and I know Ms. Keller talked about it, Mr. Steck talked about it, Mr. Snipes talked about it, Mr. Ball talked about it. You know, the board's focus must be on whether the site remains appropriate for the conditional use, despite the failure to conform with not one, but 7 or 8 of the ordinance's conditional use conditions. And then you also need to meet the negative criteria that I talked about earlier. And I want to focus on the negative criteria with no substantial detriment to the public good and no substantial impairment to the master plan or zoning ordinance. When we talk about public good in the first prong of the negative criteria, we're not just talking about the impact to residential neighbors in this case. And of course, the first prong does account for, does it have a substantial detriment on residential neighbors? But here, there's even more. And that's because the property is surrounded on all sides, other than on Springfield Avenue, by a public park. And we contend that under the case law, under the municipal land use law, that the public good that you need to protect against for the negative criteria isn't just Mr. and Mrs. Jones that lives X feet away and has their second floor windows looking down at the site, but it's also the many members of the public that enjoy the public park, visit the public park, visit the school building, and that public entity campus. And keep in mind, too, that buffers work both ways. The example that Mr. Steck gave in his Exhibit 01 that showed all the buffers that are being infringed on by this development, buffers also not only protect the church property, but they protect whatever the adjacent property is and properties. In this case, not only residential properties, but the park property itself. And we're not just talking about residential properties here. So the focus is whether conditions, go back to conditions, whether conditions can be imposed in any approval of the application to ensure that these multiple deviations from the conditional use requirements, both individually as well as collectively, do not cause substantial detriment to the public good or substantial impairment to the master plan and zoning ordinance. And keep in mind that, again, it's the applicant who has the burden to propose the conditions. The only conditions that the applicant has agreed to as part of any approval of this application, at least based on my notes, if I'm wrong, I apologize, is that the church will not be used as a homeless shelter, and presumably that means that there'll be no one, whether homeless or not, staying overnight at the church building. 2, no use of the Wilson Park parking lot. And number 3, the installation of special coating and a portion of the glass facade of the church building to prevent glare to Springfield Avenue drivers on a particular time of day. I don't need to tell you that none of these conditions mitigate, let alone eliminate, the detrimental impacts caused by the many deviations from the conditional use section of your ordinance. No additional conditions have been offered by the applicant, and that's because I believe that conditions cannot be imposed here, material conditions, not something cosmetic, but real conditions to ensure that the deviations from the conditional use requirements do not cause that substantial detriment to the public, including the public park, or a substantial impairment to the master plan and zoning ordinance. And why? Because we believe that in its current iteration, the proposed project is not compatible, it's not protective of the neighborhood character, given its size, given its layout, given its height, given its design, given that it is immediately adjacent to a public park, immediately adjacent to publicly owned land, and residential properties. We believe that it's not respectful of the environmental capabilities and limitations of the site, whether you're talking about the size, the undersized nature of the site, or the fact that there's such a deficiency in terms of providing adequate setbacks and buffering, and that there's no, I guess, logical nexus between trying to enhance vegetation and what they're actually showing by way of a lack of a buffer, not providing adequate parking, and not being respectful of the natural features of the site. But we're not done then, because we still have other variances that go beyond what's stated in the conditional use section of the ordinance. And those include landscaping, where you're putting the EV chargers, et cetera. I don't want to talk about those in the interest of time. I'm going to talk about parking, talking about the number of parking spaces, and I'm also going to talk about the location of parking spaces. So now we move on to what's known as you know, a C2 variance, a flexible C. And what you need to do is satisfy your burden of proof in terms of showing that the purpose of the municipal land use law will be advanced by a deviation from the zoning ordinance requirements, that the benefits of the deviation substantially outweigh the detriment, and the negative criteria, that the variance can be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without substantial impairment to the master plan and zoning ordinance. Substantial zoning benefits resulting from permitting the deviation for a C2 variance, and now we're talking about parking, must be beneficial to the community. They must result in improved zoning and planning to benefit the community, and not merely for the private purposes of the owner. So put another way, the way I describe it is, hey board, are we better off with granting this variance under C2, or the variances under C2, versus having the applicant fully comply with the ordinance? Is it better, is it a zoning benefit for a better zoning opportunity for the property and the surrounding neighborhood as compared to full compliance with the ordinance provisions? And conversely, a C2 variance must be denied as a matter of law where it does not provide a benefit to the community and would merely alleviate a hardship to the applicant, which he himself created. In this case, by choosing to develop on an undersized lot and designing their project, building, parking, circulation, etc., in a manner in which they designed it. So here we have two things I want to talk about. The minimum parking requirement, where the site will contain of a total of 46 parking spaces, where at least 79 parking spaces are required. It's based on the 1 per 3 seats. We also spent some time earlier in the hearings talking about the fact that the ordinance actually says 1 per 3 seats, or 1 space per 10 feet of gross floor area, whichever is greater. Talk about that in a minute. And the other requirement is that all parking areas shall be located either in the required rear yard or in the buildable area of the lot. In this case, less than half of the proposed spaces are located in compliant conditions. So with that as the backdrop, parking. The house of worship that is before you has approximately 450 members. They state that there's an average of 161 attendees at any one time on Sunday. What average means in my world is that 50% of the time it's more, 50% of the time can be less. Not to mention the memorial service, wedding, or other dedication every 12 weeks, where they have an average of 100 attendees. And what the applicant has done here is proposed their parking variance just based on seats. You know, the 79 spaces for 237 seats versus 46 spaces on site. And they say, well, we're going to provide 33 site spaces off-site. Some of the spaces also, namely the tandem spaces, don't meet the ordinance requirement as to access or spacing. We also have, despite the extensive testimony, and I went back and I listened to a lot of the testimony on the YouTube videos. And what was never really described to this board was how pickup and drop-off is going to work for Sunday services and the simultaneous children's programming that happens on Sunday, based on the testimony, during cold weather, during inclement weather, whether it's queuing, length of time for a queue, how many parking spaces will be blocked by a vehicle queue, including handicap spaces. And even if you believe that one space per 10 square feet ratio that's in the ordinance for an 18,000 plus square foot building would result in way, way too many required parking spaces for this application. And parenthetically, I agree. Okay. However, it's in the ordinance. And the other thing, though, that is significant is that based on that ordinance standard, you can't just say, I'm going to ignore the rest of the building, and I'm only going to, even though the ordinance says I shouldn't, I'm going to ignore the rest of the building, and I'm conveniently going to only focus on the sanctuary seats. Keep in mind that there is functionality and use of this building outside the sanctuary space on Sunday morning. There are you can look at the floor plan. There are 5 classrooms for children. There was testimony that there are described adult facilitators for those classrooms. There's a large foyer. There's a large lobby. There's a large common area. There are offices. There's a kitchen that all could potentially be used on Sunday morning outside of the sanctuary space. And by the way, if you add it all up, because I did, just those areas, I'm ignoring every other area of the building and putting aside the sanctuary, which is already accounted for in terms of the calculation. We're talking about approximately 5,500 square feet, or approximately 1/3 of the building. So whether you think 1 per 10 square feet is probably not a good or accurate way to calculate parking, A, it's in the ordinance, B, it's demonstrating that there needs to be consideration of not just what's in the sanctuary, but what's beyond the sanctuary, especially if that space is going to be used at the same time the sanctuary is being used. Functionally, 1 space per 3 sanctuary seats is not close to being adequate for this proposed use. I'm going to explain why. First of all, there's been no evidence, studies, or data, and I asked Ms. Dolan this a number of times in a number of different ways. Despite the church having an existing location, there's been no evidence, studies, or data that at their current location, each car arriving for services has at least 3 passengers. Further, I asked this of Ms. Dolan as well. According to the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers, parking generation manual, latest edition, using an independent variable of 237 seats for a house of worship for this particular use, the peak parking demand on a Sunday is an average of 135 parked cars. It's more than 50% of the time up, more than 50% of the time down. But what traffic engineers, as Ms. Dolan admitted, typically look at is not that average or the 50th percentile. What they look at is the 85th percentile peak parking demand, which means that there'll still be more than whatever that number is 15% of the time. But traffic engineers typically look at it and say, well, 85%, that's pretty good. That's unless there's like the Friday after Thanksgiving for a shopping center, that this is pretty good indicator as to the peak parking demand. And in this case, what we're talking about under the ITE, which is recognized by the NJDOT and nationally, is a demand of 168 parked cars. And that's compared to 46 spaces being proposed. So while the ordinance says 79 parking spaces for 237 seats, the 80th percentile peak parking demand based on ITE for a house of worship is 168 parked cars for 237 seats. And we also know that the ordinance does not allow you to satisfy parking requirements with off-site parking. There's been no traffic or parking studies provided by the applicant for Sundays during the time, not just, picking, 7 to 10 on 2 particular days on a Sunday morning, but actually going on the internet and finding out in Wilson Park, are there going to be activities on Sunday morning on this particular day? Because I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do some parking counts when there's a soccer game, when there's a baseball game, when there's a softball game. That was not done here. Springfield Avenue, a county road, is not designed for overflow parking. It is very busy. I would argue that it is dangerous to parallel park anywhere on Springfield Avenue when you have a 35-mile-an-hour speed limit, which means, of course, that folks are driving in excess of 35 miles an hour. You have a narrow shoulder, less than 8 feet wide, plus you have a hill crest to the east of the site. If you're driving, you're not going to know, first of all, until you enter the site, whether there's parking available on the site. So you have to drive into the site, go all the way to the end of the site, loop around that cul-de-sac circular driveway, come all the way back out, and then make a right turn or a left turn onto Springfield Avenue to find off-site parking. And even if they make a right-hand turn to park on the north side of Springfield Avenue, where there is a sidewalk, I would contend that there are only a certain amount of linear space available to safely and adequately parallel park, if you desire to do that, within a reasonable walking distance to the entrance of the church. And of course, there's no guarantee that only the north side is going to be used for off-site parking. I would contend, and we heard some of the commentary, that it's dangerous for pedestrians to A, walk along that south side of Springfield Avenue, B, cross Springfield Avenue, and C, cross Springfield Avenue at night, when it's dark, at dusk. And we also know that the nearest crosswalk is nowhere near the subject property. So we believe that the applicant cannot meet its burden of proof to obtain a C2 variance for parking, especially where you have such a deviation that's inconsistent with your own ordinance. It's inconsistent with ITE, because we believe that the deviation is actually greater. And significantly, the benefits of the deviation from the parking substantially outweigh any detriment? I would contend that it is absolutely the other way around. And there's certainly not a better zoning opportunity for this property and the surrounding neighborhood by granting a variance for the deficient number of parking spaces that's currently being proposed by the applicant and requiring visitors, parishioners, et cetera, to parallel park on Springfield Avenue and then walk, whether it's on the right side of the street, or I'm sorry, on the north side or the south side. And again, this deviation was self-created by choosing an undersized lot and designing the project the way it has been designed. I read to you at the very beginning the design standards in the City of Summit's ordinance, and about the fact that buildings need to architecturally be related to the neighborhood and be harmonious, and we talked about the massing and all those things. I'm not going to repeat myself. What I'm going to talk about, though, is if the applicant were intending to seek relief from those standards, which they haven't done to date, what do they need to do? Well, when you seek site plan approval, in this case preliminary and final site plan approval, which the applicant is required to seek under the ordinance, they need to comply with the site plan standards in the ordinance. And if they don't, they need to, under section 51 of the municipal land use law, seek a design exception. What is that? Well, a design exception is where you demonstrate, as an applicant with the burden of proof, that your variation from the design standard is reasonable, because if you don't think it's reasonable, you don't go on to part B, C, or D. So if their deviation from the design standard you believe is not reasonable, you stop right there. Let's say, arguably, that you find that the design, the massing, the architecture, the orientation, that it's not supposed to be facing, it's supposed to be facing the street, and it's not, it's facing the parking lot, et cetera. Let's say hypothetically that the board finds that all of those deviations under these circumstances are reasonable. Then you move on to the next part of the design exception criteria. You have to determine whether the literal enforcement of the ordinance as to those standards is impracticable, not impractical, impracticable. And impracticable means you can't do it, or will exact undue hardship because of peculiar conditions pertaining to the land in question. I would argue that the proposed development is not harmonious and consistent with the existing character of the community, including the architectural style, massing, orientation, etc. It's not proportionate to nor complements surrounding development. It does not incorporate aesthetic enhancement in a manner that respects the site's physical features, nor relates well to the design vernacular of surrounding development. And it's not oriented to a primary entrance facing at least one adjacent public street. I will also offer to you that all those violations, individually, collectively, are not reasonable, especially given that the applicant is working with a clean slate after it demolishes the existing building on the site. But even if you find that it's reasonable, that the literal enforcement of those design standards is not impossible in practice to do or carry out. Of course, it's possible to design a site and a building to comply with those requirements. Houses of worship are conditionally permitted, not just in the R15 residential zone, but other residential zones in the city of Summit, let alone in other communities in New Jersey. And they are in residential areas. And from our side of the aisle, which you'll hear about in a moment, we're not stating that houses of worship should not be in this residential neighborhood. But it doesn't meet the ordinance requirement, nor will violating these design standards result in undue hardship on the applicant because of peculiar conditions pertaining to the lands in question. So there's nothing peculiar about this 1.74 acre piece of property that precludes an applicant from complying with those design standards in terms of making sure that its design, the height, its features, its massing is not inconsistent with the surrounding landscape, the surrounding neighborhood. And again, a lot of this probably has to do with the fact that the architect, under oath, stated, I didn't really consider the ordinance requirements when I designed this site. So we believe that the applicant is also unable to meet its burden of proof for any design exception necessary for approval of the application. So, what are we left with? What we're left with is the following. So, despite the church supporters and the residents, as it turns out, as often in this meeting room, sitting on opposite sides of the room, you know, the public hearing process in New Jersey for these kind of applications, believe it or not, is not intended by law to be adversarial. That's the Smith versus Fairhaven case. The goal of all these applications is for the board to obtain all the facts from all different sides, hear the law from all different sides, and then make a decision which best accords with the rights of the applicant and the interests of the public. And as you heard from the neighbors, including my clients, they are all supportive of the church not only remaining in this community, but being part of the subject neighborhood, provided that the applicant first comes much closer to complying with the ordinance than what is being currently proposed, including providing a smaller building, which leads to more opportunities for more parking, better buffering, better layout, eliminating the solar carport proposal, reducing the height. Unfortunately, the applicant so far has not reciprocated. It has not appropriately considered the impacts of the many variances and design exceptions on the neighbors, nor has it proposed meaningful, substantive plan revisions to provide those appropriate buffers, setbacks, coverages, height, building orientation, and parking. I would contend that the governing body did not intend for a house of worship to operate in the R15 zone with so many deviations from the zoning ordinance and the site plan ordinance. And it certainly goes without saying that the current project runs afoul of the Summit Master Plan's goals of preserving residential neighborhoods and providing a desirable visual environment. So while those who bought homes in this residential neighborhood may have been aware that houses of worship were conditionally permitted in the R15 zone. They believed that they were protected by the local ordinance from the negative impacts associated with deviations, and not just, as I stated a while ago now, the 12.5% deviation to take into account the deficient lot size, but substantial deviations, up to 80%, associated with the conditional use standards, including the not only minimum lot size, but all the setbacks and buffering, the height, coverage, deviations as to parking, etc. So what the neighborhood is now left with, at least under the plan's current iteration, is a building that's too large for the site, too tall for the site, lacks necessary setbacks, it lacks necessary buffering, that needs to rely so much on off-site parking. It includes prohibited solar panel parking canopies. Conversely, the applicant certainly can design a house of worship to meet all of its program needs without so much deviation and the extent of so much deviation from the requirements of the ordinance, so that it can achieve building sustainability and functionality without being inconsistent with the scale and aesthetics of the surrounding neighborhood. So what are we left with? We believe that there's still a clear path forward for the church to be developed at this site. A clear win-win for the applicant, for the neighbors, for this board, and for the city of Summit, providing that it first undertakes, the applicant that is, first undertakes a meaningful, not cosmetic, project redesign that addresses these issues that I have articulated this evening that have been brought forth through the testimony and evidence before you, which includes many intelligent and thoughtful concerns raised by not only members of the public, but members of this board, so that the building and the site design are much more closely aligned with the city's site plan and zoning standards and are harmonious with the surrounding neighborhood. We believe humbly that the applicant can do better. We believe humbly that the applicant should do better. Unfortunately, the applicant has not undertaken these efforts to date. And unfortunately, because of this lack of meaningful effort, we believe that the board really doesn't have a choice but to consider the evidence brought before it, and based on that consideration, determine that the applicant has failed to meet its burden of proof for the extensive relief it currently requires of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Mr. Maynard?
Do you want a break, or do you want?
We are powering through.
All right.
We'll break after our deliberations.
Throw you a life preserver.
I think if we take any more breaks on this, we might not make it to the next application.
Might not come back in. Roger Maynard, Lindaberry, McCormick, Estabrook, and Cooper, New Providence, New Jersey, represent the applicant, Beacon Unitarian. I had, my wife and I had our oldest daughter, her husband, her 18-month-old, and their dog all weekend, so it's nice to be in a stress-free, quiet, relaxing environment for a change. It's been a long process here, and I thank you all for sticking with us. And I thank the people at Beacon for putting their confidence in me. It's been an honor to represent them, and I appreciate that. And it's always fun to appear before this board. I've been doing it since the late 1970s. I hate to admit I had more hair back in those days. So let's talk a little bit about what this case is really about, because my view is always, let's keep things simple. I think stuff gets lost in the fog of a long application, and things get overcomplicated. But it's a house of worship that's been in Summit for well over 100 years. And you heard the early testimony that while it's managing to function somewhat in its existing location in Waldron and Springfield Avenue, it's got no on-site parking, it's got tremendous limitations, and its old sanctuary cannot have one service, which churches of this size and denomination look to have, and that's what we're trying to accomplish. And you all live in Summit, you know there are the opportunities to build a church somewhere and find 2 acres plus of land to build it on are slim and none, tending towards none. Now, with respect to this property, there have been lots said about you bought this property knowing that you needed variances and so forth. Well, yes, that often happens, but you'll remember there was a gentleman who came up from the audience and talked about his own redevelopment business, and he said, well, I always conferred with Krista Anderson because she would tell you the real deal and give you the background. And well, guess what we did first in this matter? The day we saw the for sale sign on the Red Cross property, conferred with Krista, who was very, very supportive, thought this was a fantastic location for a church. And that kind of spurred the congregation on to explore purchasing this and pursuing it. So we've talked a little bit about why our current location is really not working any longer and the need for this. And I'm not going to belabor that. I think Reverend Tanner covered that in great detail, if you recall her testimony. But I think that we have to look at the constraints of the property and look at the design process and listen to the testimony. I don't think that I've ever worked on a matter that had a better design team or a more thorough review or a more responsive approach to the board's comments, to professional comments. Now, interestingly enough, the church tried for a long time to engage the neighbors through writings, through meetings, many, many efforts. And Reverend Tanner talked about that early on. The end result of that was really zero. So late in the game to say, let's engage and redesign the church. Well, where were you? You know, we've spent a lot of time and a lot of money, and now here we are. So I did want to sort of get that on the record. So let's talk a little bit about what's before you. The church is a modern design. There's no doubt about it. You heard testimony from the architect, who's not just an architect, not just a member of AIA. He's a fellow of the American Institute of Architects. That's only the top 3% of architects in the country get that recognition. That's an important credential, and it implies somebody who is recognized in the profession by his peers. And the idea that he did not take into account this neighborhood, this particular piece of property, it's clear throughout his testimony, the planning process he went through. And it's also clear that this design, while not, the church has never asserted that this is somehow required by the Book of Unitarianism, that the building look this way, but it's meant to reflect the values of this congregation. It's meant to reflect the way they worship, and it's meant to reflect what's currently going on in Unitarianism. So Unitarian churches are no longer building, by and large, brick boxes with steeples. You know, the churches that we all recognize from growing up and still in many cases attend and like very much, but that's not what they're building now. They're building buildings like this that are meant to be up-to-date, modern, and accommodating for their needs. This building is not a big building. It has a sanctuary that's been reduced in size to 246 seats, has a lobby gathering area because anyone who attends religious services know you wander out, you get a cup of coffee and talk a little bit, which is one of the reasons you don't want to have two services, because you got people coming, going, and it's overlapping parking. This is a much less impactful way to do it, and better for the congregation, better, quite frankly, for any neighbors, because you do not have the parking overlap. I think Mr. Simon said, oh, they have 6 other rooms. Well, that's not a whole lot in which to run an entire religious organization. You know, there's religious education. There are offices for clergy and other staff, and that's pretty much about it. And 246 seats is not a large sanctuary by any means. The site design itself, I think you heard, very detailed testimony and thoughtful testimony about not only the site layout itself from the engineer, John Cody, but about the landscaping. In fact, the comments, if you look back at the comments from the Environmental Commission, they basically say, we haven't seen anything really designed quite so thoroughly and with such attention to environmental concerns and green concerns. We've got a portion of green roof, and we've got solar panels, which we'll get to. But these are eminent people. I mean, you heard from Tava Deckweiler, the landscape architect. She serves on advisory boards that help take care of the parks in Philadelphia. I mean, she's worked with, I can remind you about her credentials, but she's a pretty eminent person in her field too. So you also heard John Cody, our architect, talk in detail about drainage and how that was completely compliant with current standards, which keep upgrading. And, they've changed not that long ago. And again, we are compliant with those. So our design team, I think, was very responsive and very responsible and took great pains to try to work within this site to do the best that could be done, balancing the size of the site, the needs of the neighborhood, and the comments of professionals. In fact, those tandem parking spaces, which we had thought about and thought, well, I don't know if we want to propose those or not, because maybe that will be something the board won't like. Well, the board's own engineer proposed them. And we said, great, we will try to design those in a way that work, and we did. So we moved the whole front of the building back, so there was no front yard variance required, at the same time that we reduced the size of the sanctuary to the 246 seats. So that was a substantial reduction because the original proposal was 300 seats. So, I'm not going to do the percentages in my head right now, but that's a pretty big chunk. So with respect to the variances, I'm not going to talk too long. I think that in some instances inaccurately, but mostly accurately, Mr. Simon talked about the various statutory standards. I'm going to suggest, and I had that the board consider the solar panels separately, because that's our only D1 variance. And of course, that's actually a little bit controversial from our standpoint, because our assertion is that it's really a C variance because they're an accessory use, but we're preserving that argument, but we're addressing them as a D1, so that's the way what the board asked us to do. But we think that should be considered separately as a separate voting item, and then the rest of the application can be in one.
Okay,
in one
as we
file.
begin our deliberations, we'll have a conversation about that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
But yes, it is an inherently beneficial use, no question about it. And let's kind of stop the cuteness. They aren't carports. I mean, carports are structures, meant to shelter vehicles. These are solar panel arrays in the parking lot. And they're discrete. They're not covering the entire parking lot. But they are inherently beneficial uses. And if the only detriment is that maybe you can see them a little bit through some of the trees in the woods in the middle of the winter, then I have a hard job thinking that's a substantial detriment to anybody, given the inherently beneficial nature of these things. Now let's talk about the D3 variances a little bit. They really, as our planner testified, all really stem from the size of the lot. I mean, we have variances for setbacks, for buffers, but they really all relate to the fact that we have a bit of an undersized lot, and we have made every effort to get as much parking on the lot as we possibly can without starting to propose huge retaining walls and paving the front yard, which no one would want, particularly the church would not want. So they really all are sort of related to the same thing, which is the fact that there's really very limited places, I would say none, where the church could build in Summit, except this kind of property, which I think is, from our standpoint, seemed ideal. So I think that with respect to the D3 variances, I mean, first of all, the real question is, can the site accommodate the use, even with the variances requested under D3? Well, sure it can. I mean, we showed extensive views all around this property, what it would look like in the middle of the winter with no leaves on anything, and how limited the visual impact of this was going to be, which is what buffers are all about. I mean, we have limited site lighting, we have lights that will turn off at the required times under the ordinance. That's the only impact that you can have. I mean, what else is there but visual impact? And it's minimal, absolutely minimal. So I don't see that there's any substantial detriment here with respect to any of those D3 variances. And certainly the site can handle it. You heard that from all the testimony of our experts. With respect to the C variances, there are some bulk variances. They're very similar to the D3 variances. Again, they relate to the size of the lot, really, and the need to create some parking in the side yards and so forth. But the most consequential or most important ones, really parking. Okay? So we have 79 required parking spaces. We have 46 on site. We are on Springfield Avenue. It's a wide major street, has striped up legal street parking on both sides. I mean, Springfield Avenue has legal parking on both sides of it for miles, through Summit, through New Providence, through Berkeley Heights, all along its length. And it's legal in all those areas around this development. And you heard from our parking expert testimony as to the expected parking, how it would work, the fact that it would work safely, there would be sufficient parking for people expected to attend the church. And there was no expert testimony in opposition to it, and there was no negative comment from the police department of Summit, who was our own public agency, who's charged with protecting our safety. So there are no facts other than those facts that were put on record by the applicant with respect to parking. Now, we did have a conversation, and I know maybe you'll have a conversation about conditions, and certainly the church would be supportive of adding a crosswalk, and we will, would undertake a condition to request when we go to the county. If we're approved, we go to the county, we would request that the county put in another crosswalk adjacent to the church. Probably makes most sense at the corner of the intersection, but we would certainly be supportive of that and agree to do that. We can't control the county, but we certainly would make the request and advocate for that in front of the county. So let's talk a little bit about the objections here. It's hard to know where to start because I view a lot of this as we probably mostly had the horrible experience of being forced to read Shakespeare at some point in our lives, and I look at a lot of what happens in these kinds of cases as sound and fury signifying, well, not a whole lot. But let's talk about it. The objectors only presented one witness, Mr. Stack, who's a planner, well known as an objector's planner, and he goes to meetings in New Jersey and objects to things. He admitted that he hadn't really reviewed the entire record in this case before he rendered his opinion. He concocted an exhibit that purportedly showed that the solar panels wouldn't work. That was not an as-built condition of the landscaping, but his cribbed version of what he was able to take off Google Earth, showing some trees, and alleging that it was going to shade them. And he also had an exhibit showing a red building envelope on the property and asserting that the church can build within this. Well, I'd like to see that design in that box with a sanctuary and parking and some offices and classrooms for church function. And he asserted that we could do everything and conform. You know, the three people that would fit in that sanctuary get to know each other pretty well, but that would be about it. So that, I think, goes to his credibility tremendously. I really don't think his testimony is anything that should sway this board in any way. And let me just point out something else. I'm going to talk about RLUIPA for a minute, but Mr. Steck is kind of a good segue into RLUIPA. You probably know the cautionary tale of the mosque in Burns Township that after 30-some nights of hearings was turned down. And the mosque appealed, and there was an action brought by the U.S. Department of Justice under RLUIPA. And after a pretty tough decision by a federal judge, the township paid $3.25 million to settle the case. So one of the things that board relied on in its denial was testimony by the objector's planner, Mr. Steck. Remarkably similar to some of the testimony he provided in front of you all. So I would say that's not somebody I think that I would rely on if I were going to make a decision. Now, let's talk about RLUIPA a little bit. I've already alluded to it. A RLUIPA is always what's hanging over any decision that a board makes about a religious organization. I will say this. There's case law in RLUIPA. RLUIPA focuses on, you know, is there some compelling governmental interest that makes this zoning regulation legal to apply to this house of worship? And there's case law that says aesthetics is not one of them. So when we get into saying, well, this church should look like this, that, or the other thing, guess what? Federal law is saying, no, there's a recognition here that churches should look like their congregations want them to. I mean, within reason. I'm not saying you can build a heliport on top of it, but in terms of style, in terms of aesthetics, I think you have to be careful treading on that when it comes to a religious organization. Now, let's just talk a little bit about some of the other objections. And, you know, I'm not going to, I find myself physically incapable of talking as long as Mr. Simon, but I'll talk for a few more minutes. Again, there was no expert testimony as to, there are a lot of objections to design, but the objectors have no design professionals who testify. There's an objection as to parking, but there's no traffic or parking study or expert on the other side of this case. And there's no objection from the police department either. So, where does that leave us? Forgive me for a minute, but I took a lot of notes. I think there were a couple misstatements. I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Ball. It's not the applicant's job to come up with conditions under the SECA test. It's the board's job. I think that's pretty clear. So it's funny, that's my note, not our job. So I think that was misstated. Now let's talk a little bit about other things that should impact what I think your decision should be. Municipalities get in trouble when they treat different denominations differently from others. And it's true that some of the churches have been around for a while, but you heard from our planner that many, many of the churches in Summit are deficient in almost every way. And if you go through Summit, from the zoning standpoint I'm talking, if you go through Summit, there is no, those neighborhoods around those churches are not deteriorating. They're not, you know, houses that have gutters falling off of them. I mean, the best example was a decision of this board back in the late 00s on the Jewish, what was then the Jewish Community Center of Summit, which is now Temple or Shalom. So in that application, and you know right where it is on Kent Place Boulevard, that application has an undersized lot. They had enough property actually to make their lot conforming, but what they agreed to do was subdivide off a little piece to use for their bioretention area and take the remainder of a lot they had acquired with a really deteriorated old big Dutch colonial house on it, the old Baelish house, had raccoons living in it, and agree that if their application was approved, they would sell that property, not knowing if they would get 10 cents for it and who would do something with it. So that application was approved. It had 6 D3 variances. It had C variances for various things like setbacks. It had a parking variance, 98 spaces required, 50 provided, so very close to 50% parking variance, with the rest of the parking, overflow parking on Kent Place Boulevard, okay? And a height variance too. And it's a very modern building. As you know, the sanctuary that was approved is a dome. And that was an architect from New York City, another foreigner, and he designed that dome as an iteration of, you know, architects are beyond me sometimes, but iteration of folded origami-like structures coming from the Star of David. It had a religious connection to that design, just like our building. And the objections were the same. It's too big, it's too close, there's parking, the design, oh my God, it's gonna ruin the neighborhood. So what happened to that house next door? That house is next door to the parking lot, not even the building, the parking lot with its light stanchions and so forth. Somebody bought that house, got renovated it, and it's gorgeous. I mean, and as you go down Kent Place Boulevard, all the houses are beautiful. You know, they're expensive. And it's really a model for what can happen. And it shows you what the adverse impact of a house of worship is in a residential neighborhood. Right here, totally visible, not buffered by anything, not surrounded by a lot of trees. The impact has been minimal, because that house would still be empty and full of raccoons if this were such a detriment to a residential neighborhood. So you should bear that decision in mind, because that case and this case, very similar, very, very similar. So I would just tell you this. I mean, I think when you're thinking about the public good, there's a lot to think about. There's a lot to think about because we live in a town that's not a town, it's not a township, it's the city of Summit. It's a small city, but it is a city. So a city is, you know, kind of a lot of different things, I think. And a city is certainly more than a bunch of subdivisions or a bunch of houses, okay? My wife and I moved here in 1978 because, not because we found a house, we could have found a house anywhere. But Summit had a hospital. It had not only great public schools, but 3 well-regarded independent schools, if you decide to go that way, which we didn't, but lots of people do. It had SAGE. It had what is now New Jersey Center for Visual Arts. It had a YMCA. It had what was then the YWCA, now the Connection. It had the Arboretum, had a public library, had the Playhouse Association. It has all these things. SAGE. That's what makes this a community. All of those kinds of organizations, all of them. Now, I've been lucky in my life, in my professional life, because I've gotten to represent a lot of them in front of you all or in front of the planning board. The Y, the Connection, the Art Center, Overlook back a long time ago. I did a lot of work for Overlook. The Art Center, houses of worship like Christ Church and the JCC. The Playhouse. I was the volunteer lawyer for the Arboretum. I know all these organizations, and we cherish them all. And they're what makes this a community. Oh, I forgot one. I actually represented the Elks and got them the approvals to build the rooftop bar, which probably is going to be on my tombstone, you know. It's the most popular thing I ever did in Summit. But those are all things that contribute to the public good and to make this the community it is. And to take a religious congregation that's been here for well over 100 years and tell them to hit the road, which has been suggested, Doesn't seem to me to be that kind of community. Seems to me to be the polar opposite. So I would tell you that I think this applicant has bent over backwards to design a responsible plan, has reached out to the neighborhood without much success, but tried, has been responsive to every comment we've gotten from the board and the board professionals, and I think has done quite a complete and comprehensive job in doing the best it can with a site that's admittedly a little bit undersized, but this is not a wish list project. You heard that from various witnesses. This is what we think will take us through, hopefully, for the next 100 years. But if we could build anything we wanted, it would be more than this, but we can't. You have to work within the constraints of what we got. So I see, frankly, no negative impacts here. See, everything is positive. You have an inherently beneficial use. You really cannot treat them differently from the way other houses of worship have been treated in Summit. I think they have more than sustained their burden of proof here, and I would respectfully ask you to approve the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maynard. Mr. Ball, can you let us know the conditions and the number of votes required to approve?
Absolutely. Before we do that, I did also just want to chime in on the point about the Sika balancing test that I raised during Mr. Simon's closing. My apologies. So before we get to the conditions, I wanted to chime in on the Sika balancing test that I was discussing during Mr. Simon's closing. Sitting up here with a laptop, I have the benefit of being able to pull up the Sika case. I just wanted to confirm specifically that that case, the text of it reads, as to the 4 factors. Third, in some situations, the local board may reduce the detrimental effect by imposing reasonable conditions on the use. If so, the weight accorded to the adverse effect should be reduced by the anticipated effect of those restrictions. So being the board's obligation to come up with these conditions, I'm going to advise you that you should take that into consideration during your deliberations. It's not the applicant's burden to suggest conditions on its own application. It is, in fact, the board's obligation to do so.
Can you just reread that? It says may. Does that, in legalese, does may mean can or must? Just so that I understand.
I'm recommending that if you find detrimental effects by the application, that you do consider any possible conditions. If it's your conclusion that there are no conditions that can be imposed to reduce those impacts, that is a possible conclusion, but you should examine that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? As to the potential conditions that we've discussed so far, I have a couple questionable ones, but I'll go through them now. So first, we have our usual compliance with the conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. Second, that the applicants will not operate a homeless shelter facility or host homeless people except for their sanctuary program on the site. Third, the applicant will not utilize the parking lot from Wilson Park to accommodate parking during services. I did have one condition early on that the applicants wouldn't potentially install a coating over the area of glass that would result in a glare, but I believe that's subsequently been addressed by their modifying the application to include the glare reflection, reduction coating, rather. And if anyone on the board feels that additional glare reduction is required, let me know. Otherwise, I don't believe that's necessary. I did just want to mention it as being raised previously. The next condition I have noted as a possibility is one that I believe Ed raised at one point, that we could potentially limit other uses of the church while the main service is occurring on Sunday in an effort to reduce any detrimental impact from the parking. We did not explore that much further other than that suggestion, but that is something for the board to consider. And then the final condition, again, possible condition I have noted that we hadn't formally agreed on, as just represented during Mr. Maynard's closing, was that the church will request that the county put in another crosswalk near the church. Now, I will note that as to that crosswalk, it is complicated because we, as the zoning board, do not have jurisdiction over a county road. We cannot compel a condition where we do not have jurisdiction over a county road. But as phrased, we can agree to a condition where the church makes that request. Unfortunately, aside from making the request, we won't have any way of ensuring that the county agrees with it. The county could say no, and that condition would be met. So it is something that we can condition it on. It's not something that we can guarantee with a condition.
Can we condition with a financial requirement? Because I know in various other jurisdictions, the county can say, yes, but here's the cost, and they won't pay for it.
But the county can also say no.
Right.
100%.
If
So
they agree to
Condition
it,
is meaningless because the county can just say no.
that is a possibility. And if the church were to agree to that condition, that if the county says yes, and there is a cost imposed that they will pay it, that is something we could condition it on if the church were to agree.
And one clarification on the one about the homeless people who's subject to the sanctuary program. There was a caveat that the sanctuary program has to be done with members there. Just want to make sure that that language, because there's something we'll talk about later.
I believe that was the testimony, and I imagine, Mr. Maynard, that if the sanctuary program's in use, the condition, you would agree that a member of the church would be present during that sanctuary.
Yeah, we would be bound by our testimony, so
Yes.
sure.
Okay. Any other questions or thoughts on
Is
those?
this the time to, the question about splitting the solar, is that now or is that in a moment?
Let him go through the number of votes, and then we can get
Sure.
right into that.
So there are D variances involved. 5 votes are required to approve the application.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Anything else?
No,
Okay.
I think now's the time we should discuss about the potential splitting of the variances.
I have something that I just thought about with the solar canopies. They're over the parking spots. What is the distinction between them and a carport? I mean, it's a carport with the solar roof, so it's, we're calling it solar panels, but why isn't?
Why don't we can
Okay, just
address
say
your
before,
question
yeah,
in
before
our
we split it
deliberation.
up, or what are we splitting up? Are we splitting up solar panels or whatever?
only those, Roger, correct me if I'm wrong, only the ones that are in the parking lot, not the
Correct, but
panels on the
if we
building themselves.
consider them a carport, then it is then it does affect splitting up.
I think it would be better to call them a solar canopy.
Yeah, I believe the definition, I don't have it offhand at the moment, I can look it up as we discuss, but I believe the definition of a carport is one that, yeah, I did just pull it up. A roofed structure providing space for the parking or storage of motor vehicles and enclosed on not more than 3 sides.
Yeah.
So this is not enclosed on any sides. I think that would be the clear distinction, is that really it's a metal pole that comes up and provides just a canopy with the solar panel on it.
Sounds like it's subject to interpretation, but calling it a canopy is fine to me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe that we would consider those to be carports under the definition of the code. Yes, it's not enclosed on more than 3 sides. In theory, a car could park under it, but because they're separately considered as solar canopies under the code, I believe we would treat them as that.
All right, before we even decide to bifurcate that, I just wanted to say something to open our deliberations, and this is to everyone who's attended the meetings. I really appreciate your participation in this very long, drawn-out process. I know it's a lot to come here after work and to sit through what can be very dry and technical testimony, even at the best of times. And just know, as a board, we are grateful that both sides kept the discourse civil and took the time to participate. I think when they thought about the public being a part of the decision-making that goes into running a city or a municipality, this is what they had in mind. So thank you to all of you for doing that. I am very grateful. I know the board is grateful. And I appreciate you staying with us until the end here. So So thank you for that. And with that, I'd like to open up deliberations, and I think the first point of business will be, should we bifurcate our votes and have the solar canopies be voted on separately from the rest of the variance requests?
So
I
it-
believe that this is a good idea because solar panels are developing now. And we have, in 5 years, maybe we have a new different type of them. So it might be beneficial if we separate that vote.
I'd agree. I mean, I think the solar canopies are not intrinsic to the application itself, the main church building. And I think there's some controversy associated with them that might require some different analysis than the main part of the application.
I'll just chime in. I often caution the board against splitting up variances when they are, as Mr. Mullen just noted, intrinsically tied to each other as part of an application. Here, I think it's pretty safe to say that the variances associated with the solar canopies are basically standalone. The use variance associated with it's really the only variance that applies. It's not like it triggers any of the other provisions of the conditional use that apply to the church building itself. So I think if the board is inclined, it is safe to consider it as separate and safe to separately vote on that.
All right, I'll make it.
One question
Sure,
before
go
we
ahead,
do
Jay.
that. Is there any issue, given the opposition here, with doing so? Any notices or anything like that that we would have to discuss?
No.
Thank you.
So are solar canopies considered an accessory structure?
So that's where it gets a little nuanced. And I will point out that as the applicant's planner has argued, and Mr. Maynor has argued, there is the possible interpretation that they would not be treated as a D1 use variance, that it could be considered a C variance, because the language under subsection D1 applies to principal uses and principal structures. I think there is that possibility for an interpretation here that the solar canopies are considered an accessory structure to which a D1 variance would not apply. So what I will do, to be safe, is ask the board to first consider it as a D1, the stricter standard. If the board were to decline that application, that analysis, and vote no on that variance, I'll ask you then to consider it under a C variance standard and analysis here, to see whether that makes any difference in your opinion.
Can I just ask a question about that? Because you're saying that, the applicant is suggesting that it could be a C variance. I'd like to know how our planner interprets this variance. Is it interpreted as a D1 or a C from your perspective? Because I think I'd like to hear all the assessments.
If that's okay with the board.
Yes, please.
Okay. We had identified it in our report as a D1 variance because it was not technically, it actually says specifically prohibited in the R15 residential zone. So therefore, that's how we came to that determination, that it was specifically prohibited. So
Can I ask a follow-on question to that?
Sure.
If it wasn't explicitly prohibited, would you consider it a C variance?
Interesting. It is nuanced as we talk about.
We could say if it wasn't, but
Yeah,
in
but
the ordinance,
it
it's
says
there.
that
It's
specifically.
right there. So how do you, we're gonna grant the variance
Right.
without, we're just gonna go against what our own ordinance says, which I know that's what variances are for, but specifically it says solar array canopies are considered accessory uses that are expressly prohibited in residential zones.
Correct.
Well, I think it goes, more importantly, is do we even do the C variance vote, or is it a D variance vote, and where it lands, it lands? I think that's and it sounds like our planner's interpretation is that this is a D1 variance. And so, my preference would be to leave it to the one vote, unless there's, another reason to.
I'm not trying to make it harder than it needs to be, but he's our expert, knows more than I'll ever know about this, and it's specifically written right here.
I think my recommendation is going to be, let's first treat it as a D1 variance. Let's see what happens. If it gets approved, then it's no issue. If it gets denied, I think maybe Ed and I will have a quick conversation on how we should proceed.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to open up deliberations on solar canopies and solar canopies only. So with that, who would like to begin?
All right, I'll go first. As I think we can all appreciate, that solar panels are generally viewed as a positive benefit as they promote the use of clean energy and are intended to meet the power needs of the applicant. However, as we've just been discussing, they're prohibited in the zone, and therefore we need to look very closely at this issue before approving them. I'm not convinced that they meet the D1 standards. I'm not convinced by the applicant's testimony that they would not have, I hate the double negatives. I'm not convinced by the applicant's testimony that they would not have a negative visual impact on the neighboring properties. Visual inspection of the site, as well as the objector's planner's testimony that sunshine in the panels might be limited, leads me to the conclusion that the positive benefits of the proposed canopies in this location do not override the negative impacts on neighboring properties to a great enough degree to approve the variance for the solar panels. Therefore, I don't believe in this case, it might be in other cases, that they would serve the public good or promote the general welfare.
Well, now, and let me chime in on that, because solar panels themselves, they are inherently beneficial. So we have to operate under the presumption that they have met the positive criteria and that they support the general welfare. But with that, then, there's still the analysis of, all right, what are the detrimental impacts of these solar canopies? And then if there are detrimental impacts, what reasonable conditions can we as a board consider to reduce those, if any?
Well, the detrimental impacts for me are the visual nature of them in a residential neighborhood, which is, I think, why they're prohibited in the residential neighborhood. And I can't think of a reasonable condition we could impose, short of
eliminating them.
Sort of eliminating them.
Right.
Or, some massive screening, to make them look like they're trees or something, like these fake cell phone towers or something. But I can't think of any other reasonable condition to impose.
I had the same struggle with this when I was thinking about it. I'm a big fan of solar. I got my first non-snow impacted electric bill today with solar in the mix, and it was very low, so I appreciate the benefits they can give to the applicant, but ultimately you've got these structures that are going to be fairly high. I remember visiting, I was walking along Oakley Avenue to kind of look at the property and sort of visualize what this would look like. And with, the lack of foliage in winter, it was hard to imagine me not standing there and staring at those canopies all winter long and probably not being too thrilled about that, despite, the efforts at screening. That would be the case for several years as things grew in. So I don't know how you mitigate it. And I think with that, given what the ordinance says, I think it frustrates the zone plan and has a material negative impact to the neighbors that can't be mitigated.
Jay?
The challenge that I have with this one is simply from the topography of the site, I don't think it's going to be visible as much from certain angles. That being said, the only way to truly mitigate the visual impact of something that is expressly prohibited in the area is to enhance the buffering, and by utilizing the neighboring property, which we can't impose restriction on property that is not theirs, the only requirement would be to move them. And I think it actually gets me back to, I don't necessarily know if you can approve this without looking at overall site modifications for the original total application itself. So as a result, I don't think there's a way to get around the visual impact that it will have on the fact that you have deciduous trees, that they're not being able to use the buffer from their neighbor, because I don't think legally we have that jurisdiction. Pretty clear we don't.
Right.
So I struggle with this one.
I tend to agree with my cohorts on the board here. It's though we're treating them as a separate variance, it is all related. And I mean, I'm a pretty simple guy. I mean, I like peanut butter and jelly. I'm a pretty simple guy. It says it's not allowed. We have a clean slate. And I know this is going to go back on everything, but we have a clean slate. And it would be great to incorporate, maybe you can incorporate more solar arrays on the roof of the building, if there were a way to do that. I don't know. But it just says, I know you're seeking a variance to use a solar canopy. I don't think there's been enough justification, in my opinion, to their successful outcome for the project, if that makes sense.
Don, I think you said it best without saying it. We're not denying them solar, right? They have solar on the roof already. What we're denying is something that's specifically prohibited, and I can live with that. So with that, can I get a motion to approve?
Approve, what are we approving?
Or would it be a motion?
You can also make a motion to deny that variance.
Okay, can I get a motion to deny this D1 variance?
So moved.
Oh, can I get a second?
I'll second.
Who did we give that first and second to?
Don first.
Mr. Nelson, Mr.
I was gonna say, just from a voting point of view, does it roll down far enough for me?
No, not you.
Okay, so I can't second.
Yeah, I can't second either.
I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Zahn.
Vice Chair Zahn?
Just
The-
remember,
the vote
a yes is
It's a
to
vote
deny.
That's what I was
Yes.
checking. So, yes.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Mr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Curran?
Yes.
Chairman Liketz?
Yes. So, Mr. Ball, do you want to converse with Mr. Snykes, or do you want to move on to the red meat of the matter?
I think we should consider reviewing this as a C variance as well. My hesitation in just relying on that is D1 refers to a use or principal structure in a district restricted against such use or principal structure. And if it's interpreted that this is an accessory structure, it is neither a use or a principal structure, the applicants could in theory appeal that decision and say, we made a bad decision in treating it only as a D1 use variance. I'm not aware of any cases which address this, unfortunately, because I don't believe it's ever been addressed, but do you have any other thoughts? I would recommend that the board at least go through that analysis and consider it.
You know, I wouldn't want to impose a legal opinion here, obviously not being an attorney and able to interpret that. But yet, the way I saw it was principally, specifically saying that it was not permitted in the single-family zone. So I had to rely on that requirement, but I understand your point that if you're not considering it as a use specifically and as an accessory structure, how would the board feel about that interpretation, in other words? So we're really not making that interpretation officially, I think, of the board. It's more of considering it as a C variance in that instance. So there's similar arguments for the sake of that sort of variance, whether or not it aesthetically or physically has an impact as a result of it being an accessory structure.
So would the evaluation of the negative uses
The negative-
change in a D1 versus C variance?
The neg-
still.
The negative criteria still applies
Yes.
in the C variance. Yes, whether or not.
Just
So
the
what
burden-
just maybe the Cliff Notes version, what is the difference in the criteria in this case for if, why would someone change their mind from one, from?
Certainly. In this instance, you would be considering this, in my opinion, under the C2 criteria. There really isn't any existing physical features that cause a hardship, in other words, in order to conform. And remember that these canopies were also in the buffer requirements as well. That was pointed out. And so, under the C2 proofs, you look at the positive criteria, but yet, in this instance, I think still, they're somewhat inherently beneficial in the fact that they're providing the solar generation of energy. But in addition to that, you look at the negative criteria as impact to the public good or impact to the intent and purpose of the zone plan and zoning ordinance, as well as the master plan. So under the zoning ordinance, it talks about the need for buffers and impacts such as that. So that is something to be considered. I don't want to vote for the board or opine for the board. I just wanted to give you that framework of the criteria.
So based on Andy's analysis, why don't we have a deliberation based on our view as it's a C2 and see how that goes, and then vote on it? Is everyone comfortable with that? All right,
I'm
great.
just not following if the board viewed the negatives.
Your deliberation can simply be that your opinion has not changed from the negative criteria, and they override.
I'll kick it off then.
That made it easy, Andy, thank you.
Just add that it's in the buffer zone on top of it, which was insinuated but not explicitly stated on the prior deliberation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wait, say that one more
Good,
time?
good
Dave?
addition, Mr. Feskin,
That
with an
not-
assist from Ed.
That it's within the buffer as stated under the regulations. So on top of being the visual impact and expressly prohibited, it's also in the buffer zone.
So we've got more negative.
Right, where I believe 20 feet is required, and it's, they're sitting within the, I believe, 15 feet.
At least portion of it.
Yes, correct.
Well, I'm happy to, kick this off so we can move through this one. Obviously, as stated, that these are in the buffer zone, so we'll just, put that on the record. As far as there's a visual impact to the neighbors, I know, I heard some reference to from Second Story, but I was on Oakley today, and it's, April 6th, and I believe you would see those from the street level as well. Just looking through right now, you can see the site through all the brush, there are no leaves, and so that's probably 5 to 6 months a year where you would be seeing these solar panels when when there aren't a lot of leaves on the trees. And they're industrial looking and not harmonious with a residential neighborhood. So those are sort of the visual impacts. So the fact that it's an inherently beneficial use for me is secondary to the negatives.
And it sounds as if the only condition we could impose is moving them substantially to the point where it would make the site navigation impossible from a car or parking standpoint.
Oh, yeah, can I add that I believe that there was testimony that there was actually no room to screen these on site. So I know that we talked about off-site, but I think that was specific testimony that there is not room to screen on site, so that's another negative.
And Mr. Ball, how many votes do we need to
So-
deny a C application, a
So
C
it
variance?
would need 4 positive votes to approve it.
Okay,
All right.
great. So with that, can I get a motion to deny?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Sands?
Vice Chair Zahn,
Yes.
Mr. Yuko,
Yes.
Mr. Malay,
Yes.
Mr. Mullen,
Yes.
Mr. Nelson,
Yes.
Mr. Curran,
Yes.
Chairman Licketts.
Yes. Thank you. And then we can start deliberations on everything else. Every other variance that's been discussed over the past year is now open for conversation and debate. Who wants to
I'll jump in.
have the burden?
So, I've been we've been at this for, almost, tomorrow will be almost 12 months. We had a lot of delays during this with the setbacks and things like that. I drive by the property a lot. I think I asked this of pretty much every applicant. Why can't you just build what you can build on a lot and not have all these variances? When I used to do investigations for cause and origin, there were things that we used to say like, what can't I overcome? What's the bottom of, what caused this to happen? And the only thing that I see that's causing all these variances is the fact that the lot is too small for what the intended purpose is. The conditional use is a 2-acre lot. The lot is 1 3/4 acres. Now, if the campus was built, applying the building requirements for a 1.3 or 3/4 acre lot, maybe we wouldn't have so many variances. I just cannot overcome the fact that the lot is too small for the conditional use of the property. That's really the basis of what I'm trying to figure out a good way to solve this problem, but there isn't. The lot is just simply too small for the conditional use.
So, Mr. Nelson?
Yes, sir.
Just keep in mind, again, inherently beneficial. They
Mhm.
are a church in this case, so it is.
I get that.
They meet the positive criteria. The
I
fact
get
that they're
that.
requesting variances alone is not, I guess, the
Right.
key to
I get
your
that, but my,
decisions, but
one of the.
I'll just
excuse me,
ask you
Carl.
to chime in and clarify if you see detriments associated with it and what those detriments
I
are,
was-
and
I
then
was-
what conditions, okay.
Going to try and get into that now. When this conditional use, I guess, was designed, it was to ultimately, I think, get this property back, if it were ever sold, to a more traditional use. One of the things that I've been trying to figure out in my head over the last year is, does inherently beneficial mean or apply when property does not meet the conditional zoning requirements? That's a question that I'm trying to answer, to figure out. I understand it's inherently beneficial to the community, but does that mean that all zoning requirements can be manipulated, and maybe that's a bad word to use?
Ignored.
Yeah, I mean, moved around. So I'm not, if I could come up with some conditions to help resolve this issue, I certainly would. I just don't know where to start, because I know the variances are not really how am I gonna say this? We can't rely on a number of variances, but it's just that, does inherently beneficial always mean that the zoning ordinances can be disregarded?
I wouldn't say disregarded, right? But I would say the key step that if you feel there is a detriment, we first need to identify that
Okay.
detriment.
Mhm.
What is the impact that these variances have on the surrounding
And
properties?
okay, so let me expand on this. We talked about parking and buffering, and I don't believe that we should be allowed to use neighboring properties as a buffer, so it's a detriment to the neighborhood, relying on that. I think the parking issue has not really been officially resolved, so though it's legal to park on Springfield Avenue on both sides, is it safe? Even if we install a crosswalk, which again is up in the air, is that going to be a benefit to the neighborhood, or will it make it more of a detriment to the neighborhood with, more accidents? I can't answer that because I'm not a traffic expert, but I just can't see the detriment parts that I can't overcome, again, are the impact to the neighborhood, the impact to the surrounding school system, the school, and the impact to the park property. And really, the biggest one is the impingement, or maybe impingement's the wrong word to use, but it just seems like the neighborhood is going to change based on the fact that parking's going to increase, capacity and use is going to increase. And I know there were some examples given of the Jewish Community Center, but I'm not really sure the Jewish Community Center expanded. They were already there. I think the plan was to expand by buying that house. But this is a clean slate, and there's a great way to review it and maybe get it back to a more conforming size, so it's less of a detriment to the neighborhood. If that
So,
makes sense.
Don, if you were to be able to impose conditions that would reduce those detriments that you
Mhm.
mentioned, one being parking, two being buffers,
Right.
then how would that affect your decision-making process?
Well, I think it's all interrelated. If we were to put some conditions on the buffer, how do you do that without making the project small?
Yeah, I think that's a hard question to ask without
is.
offering a redesign. I mean, I
Yeah.
think the conditions
So,
would
and then
be,
Can we put limits to the parking, only parking on Sundays, or only a couple hours on, is there times that we can limit parking to?
Well, I
Things
mean,
like that.
we
That's all
could
county
add a
road.
condition saying that.
But that's a county road, so
They
how do we
need
know those
to
answers?
supply 79 parking spaces.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean they'll agree to it, but
Of course, yeah.
it's a condition that you would view as reducing the detriment. Okay.
Well, I'd like to, if we could limit parking somehow on the street, but hours, days, no parking on Fridays or whatever the case might be. Whatever their busy days aren't, I don't know. I mean, so those are things that I think would maybe benefit.
Tom?
Let me try to take a stab at this maybe from a slightly different angle. As has been mentioned, but I just want to put it on the record, because this applicant is proposing one of the most positive possible uses for the property, house of worship, the inherently beneficial use standards need to be carefully discussed. With the positive criteria presumed to have been met by virtue of this being an inherently beneficial use, to turn down this application, we need to determine that the negative impacts of the variances outweigh the significant positive impacts of the proposed beneficial use, and that the negative impacts cannot be sufficiently mitigated through the imposition of reasonable conditions. Besides the normal local land use standards, we also need to be cognizant of the Federal Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act, RLUIPA. That federal law, among its provisions, prohibits local land use restrictions that place a substantial burden on religious exercise unless the local government can prove it has a compelling interest and is using the least restrictive means to restrict the religious use. In thinking about this application, I've divided into, well, now we have two subjects left since we've discussed the solar cell canopies. The house of worship structure itself and the requested variances for lot size, setback, lot coverage, buffer variances needed to build the structure, and the parking space variances, and the fact that a significant number of worshipers will have to park off-site on both sides of a busy county road, with the nearest legal crosswalk, I think the testimony was 750 feet away. And I have significant concerns with that later issue, but let me talk about the house of worship structure first. It was generally my position that new construction, which this would be, should comply with all land use restrictions unless there are compelling reasons not to. Regarding this application, I believe the applicant has made a good argument that this property can accommodate their proposed structure with the modifications that have been made during our hearings. I accept the expert testimony from their planner that the property can reasonably accommodate the variances needed to build a house of worship. There are three major reasons why I believe this to be the case. The house of worship is an inherently beneficial use that provides positive benefits to the community. The publicly owned, non-residential open space on three sides of the property helps mitigate the negative impacts of the setback and coverage issues. The screening provided by the applicant provides additional mitigation of these negative impacts. The negative impacts of granting these variances are also mitigated by the fact that the property will be most intensely used on Sunday mornings and much less so, based on the applicant's testimony, at other times. I would likely have a different view on the variances related to the size and location of the house of worship structure if the immediately adjacent lots were residential properties with homes close to the property lines. In addition, we had expert testimony from the applicant that the modern, quote, Nautilus design of the proposed new construction reflects and is informed by the values of the Unitarian faith. We did have other testimony that questioned that position based on the appearances of other Unitarian church structures, but it appeared to me that that was mostly with regard to older houses of worship, some of which may have been repurposed from use by other faiths. And federal RLUIPA gives deference to allowing great latitude for congregations to design a building that fits their view of faith and a design that they want. Therefore, I believe the negative impacts of the variances for lot size, parking spaces on site, that the setback variances, lot coverage variances, and other buffer issues are not significant enough to overrule the inherently beneficial positive impact of the house of worship use of the site. However, the parking and related safety issues. This is an area of the application which I have a lot of concerns, namely the realities of parking off-site of this location and potential safety issues created by that off-site parking. I commend the applicant's efforts to include as much on-site parking as possible. I believe that this aspect of the application is a significant improvement over the applicant's current location, where there is no on-site parking for worshipers, and therefore I believe this switch, to some extent, would be a benefit to the overall community. Therefore, I would be inclined to support the parking aspects of this application, except for a significant issue related to pedestrian safety. While I believe that Springfield Avenue could readily handle the amount of overflow parking on Sunday mornings, and in smaller numbers on occasion at other points during the week, I'm concerned about pedestrians being able to safely cross the church, or access the church, and cross from the opposite side of Springfield Avenue. The objector's planner has noted, and visual inspection confirms this, that the nearest crosswalk is a significant distance from the applicant's property. I agree with the objector's planner that few, if any, worshipers will walk to that crosswalk to legally and safely get across the Springfield Avenue. Excuse me. If it were possible to us to impose reasonable and enforceable conditions to either restrict parking to the church side of Springfield Avenue or condition the application on county approval of a crosswalk between the corner of Oakley Avenue and the opposite side of Springfield Avenue, I would be able to support this part of the application. However, I'm not sure a condition that users of the applicant property only park on the applicant's side of Springfield Avenue would be enforceable. Regarding a potential crosswalk near to the proposed house of worship, we've heard testimony that we do not have the power to impose that condition requiring actions by the county government, which appears would be needed to install such a crosswalk. I'm just going to throw this out there. Could we add a condition that says we're approving the application, condition that the event should do get county approval, and if they don't, then they can't move forward, but I doubt that would work. Based on that, I'm leaning towards voting no on this application because of the safety concerns about the parking.
Just regarding the parking.
Thank you, Tom.
I want to chime in because I have direct experience at 2 houses of worship in town that have a somewhat analogous situation with parking that we're contemplating here. So Congregation Or Shalom, I've attended services there, and anyone who's attended services there on the High Holy Days knows that their overflow parking goes onto Kent Place Boulevard and or the Kent Place School if school isn't in session that day. And if you've ever parked at the Kent Place School, no one actually walks up to the corner of Morris Avenue and Kent Place Boulevard to cross because the sanctuary entrance is about 100 feet before Morris Avenue. So everyone scurries across Morris Avenue as in between light changes and, hopefully doesn't leave their children in the middle of the road. But I haven't heard of any incidents yet. I'm also a member currently of Congregation Beth Hatikva, which is located on Chatham Road, which, if you're not familiar, they installed the traffic light there at the intersection of River Road by the Broadway Diner. And that road is fairly busy with a lot of truck traffic from DPW, some of the businesses on that street, as well as JCP&L's substation.
Mr. Mullen, if you could just make sure you're
Sure.
speaking to the mic.
And I can tell you, you walk the entire length of that road on the High Holy Days with no sidewalks, and people make do, and it's not a safety concern. So when I think about Springfield Avenue here in this case, it being on a Sunday morning, a bulk of spaces on the same side of the street as the church with a sidewalk buffering there, and then probably some parking being done on the other side of the street. I think the safety concern that we're talking about theoretically in practice will be much less. So I'm relatively comfortable with this from my own personal experience. Regarding the other aspects of the application, I know the applicant knowingly bought an undersized lot, but I think Mr. Maynard brings up an excellent point. Show me a 2-acre lot for sale in Summit, and I think that would be a rare sight. And this board, I know, certainly during my prior term here, we saw plenty of cases where you had someone come in knowingly buying a non-conforming lot and then sort of assuming they were going to get variances, and that met with a somewhat chilly reception. I think in this instance, they were making the best of the situation. I recall their prior application in town for a 600-seat sanctuary with no parking. So when I think about that, compared with this is a vast improvement, and I think it'll serve the congregation's needs very well. When I think about all of the bulk variances, Mr. Simon does bring up a good point. There's a lot here, and it does raise questions as to, all right, what do they need to have to execute their design versus what are the nice-to-haves here? And it's hard to draw that distinction. I think, in my mind, the Nautilus design exceeding the maximum height by 3 feet, I could probably go either way on that. I don't think that is some grounds I would deny an application on, but it certainly feels borderline from the testimony we heard. But overall, I think there has been thoughtful attention to detail in terms of minimizing any negative impacts. So when I think about potential negative impacts cited, weighed in a strict scrutiny test that RLUIPA imposes, I feel like the applicants have met their burden, and that's why I'm inclined to support the application.
So can I add something?
Sure.
Because I'm open to more discussion, like what Mr. Mullen just said about the safety concerns, how realistic the safety concerns are. We had testimony about it. You know, Mr. Mullen says in reality, his opinion is it would not be an issue. I'd be very interested to hear what my colleagues think about that.
Allison, go ahead.
Yeah, parking is my major concern with this application, and however you calculate it, but the 3 seats, we're going by that number, we should have 79 parking spots, when they're only going to be providing 46, which is like I said, that's only the sanctuary seating, whatever. We're not even looking at the gross area, which we were told we're not supposed to look at that. That's a whole other thing. I think it's a major concern if, we say on Sundays, I've had kids that played ball there, baseball there. I'm sure that's when kids' sports are on Sunday mornings also. So it's going to be, there's already that traffic already. So I don't know what the streets look like. The residents would know best what the streets look like normally on a Sunday. But that area of Springfield Avenue, even if we did say, if the applicant said they're going to ask the county to consider a crosswalk, it is a curve. I was just yesterday, I rode down it and realized, it's a big curve, and I walk a lot in the morning, and I'm always using crosswalks. I don't see, not being a traffic expert, how you can even put a crosswalk anywhere near that area. The crosswalk now is on Pine Grove because that's an area where you can cross safely across Springfield because the line of sight is easy for a car to be able to see the crosswalk. I think it's a major issue, the parking, and I think that we didn't see another plan. We didn't see a smaller building, or a building with less outdoor gardens and such. I mean, there's a lot of outdoor space, which is great, but given that they're underparked, maybe there should be more parking and less outdoor gardens. That outdoor space. There is a way. It seems like there is a way, to figure out a way to put the building, get rid of all the outside space. You're surrounded by parks, so to put all your own. The landscape, I'm sure it's beautiful, but there's other parks, public parks, around there. So I think the parking needs to stay on site, and I think to be short 33 spots, like I said, if you do that type of calculation, is just a big burden on the community.
Thank you.
What about stackers?
Don't start. Mr. Malay's going to jump across the dais.
I'm sorry.
Train station is not too far,
I have
which is an advantage.
the train station.
Yeah, no problems.
Miriam, go ahead.
Crosswalk is.
Sorry, let's
Yeah,
have
that's
Miriam
okay.
speak.
So I have, recognizing this is an inherently beneficial use, this has definitely been challenging. And, I appreciate everybody's who's, voiced opinions, testimony, expert testimony. And at the end of the day, I'm primarily relying on the application itself and then the visual observations of things like, I believe you could see the solar panels, which we've already voted on. So, if you're looking at like Sika, and when I look at that, I'm like, there's obviously a public interest. It does benefit the community, so that's a positive. Are there detrimental effects? That's another question. And for me, the answer is yes. To appropriately accommodate the proposed design, a much larger lot would be required. And I say that for, specifically because it is about this design, and maybe there is a smaller design or a different parking situation, as Ms. Chifo said, less park space, more spaces that could be proposed where it would work on this site. I think for me, the parking is a huge issue, and I think it needs to be reiterated. Our ordinance requires parking spaces by using the result of the greater of two calculations, 1 space per 3 seats, or 1 seat per 10 square feet. It's, you know, 1 seat per 10 square feet is an enormous number. And that's only if we're looking at the sanctuary alone. So, and I'm not saying that we need 300 parking space, that would be the requirement, but I think the answer is maybe somewhere between the 46 there are now and what would be required for the sanctuary alone. There's a lot of space that could be used in this building besides the sanctuary. And I say that because the sanctuary is a flexible space. I think we heard testimony that the seats can be moved. There are 236 seats shown on the plans, but this can be reoriented depending on the programming. And in addition to that, you have other space besides the sanctuary, which has the potential to be used simultaneously. And I think we need to factor in that, and this is something I'm struggling with, and is that what we're seeing right now is a snapshot in time, right, in terms of what the church's intent is, what the needs and wants of the members are. And there could be a change in that envisioned programming, but the requested variances go with the land, not the programming. And I think that's an important thing to note, because if the congregation grows, if the congregation merges with another congregation, and you have this opportunity for flexible seating or, you know, using more of the space, you may need more parking. And so the fact that there's not even enough parking on site to handle the 79 spaces that are required is a big issue for me. The other thing that I haven't heard anybody bring up, and maybe this was just something for me, though I am surprised Mr. Nelson didn't say it, but maybe we're going to. The emergency vehicles turning around, they can't turn around on the lot unless there aren't cars parked in the spaces, based on the testimony. And that's a little bit challenging. You always like to hope, you know, we hope that there won't be any emergencies, but that's something to think about. And then there's the combined height of the building with the building coverage, which I think lends itself to a massing that is, in my opinion, it feels imposing and not in keeping with the residential neighborhood, which conflicts with the goals of our master plan that say the building should not be dominant, but should be proportionate, complementary. I think if the building were a little bit smaller, this would help with the number of parking requirements. It would help keep it feeling like it wasn't dominant in the neighborhood and more proportionate. So those are my concerns. And then, you know, I did think about what conditions can be imposed. The difficulty is that I can't redesign the building or the parking. I can't say, take away your green space and know that you're going to fit 30 more parking spaces. I feel these conditions that would be required are so technical. They require a lot of thought and design. It's not an easy solution for me. So, you know, right now, at this point, I'm leaning towards voting against.
Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, just a couple of other comments. I
One
just
second, Mr.
reminded
Kern.
that the police department had no objections to the plan. Did the fire department have any comments? I don't recall. I don't think they did.
Yes, they did. I'll leave it at that.
Well,
One of the things that was missing, though, and maybe I missed it, is how wide is the parking alley between the cars in order for certain apparatus to operate in that area?
So what were, I mean, I don't recall what the fire
It
department
looked
said.
like
but
it was just a turnaround was okay, go back in and out. Maybe I missed it, and I'm sure the chief was more than thorough on it, but I didn't see the width of the alleyway between parking spots, how wide it was. The certain apparatus needs 28 feet to put their outriggers out.
But I mean, did they have any objections to?
No.
Okay.
Mr. Curran.
Thanks. Well, first thing, I just want to be clear, like, the congregation is welcome in Summit. I heard someone mention something about the kind of get out, they're an asset to the community and belong in Summit. So, I could get my head around kind of stacking of the variances, balancing kind of the residential character. Safety, the two things that I've been missing are, it'd be nice if there was a thorough traffic study, because we're left to just make up our own observations around, traffic and safety issues. But I do think there's a condition we could propose around, I think Mr. Moy even just referenced it, there could be a shuttle from a public parking lot to the congregation. I believe there's one mass planned per week, even if it's a couple. I just don't, if you're on the south side of Springfield Avenue with no sidewalk and there's cars parked along Springfield, if you're in one of those, say, 6 to 12 houses, and you're trying to back out of your driveway, or your kids are trying to pull their bike out, like, they're very limited, and I think it's a real safety issue. And I struggle with being, like, if we were to approve it, just that's a sizable real risk, along with just people who are biking and running along, Springfield Avenue daily. So, if we were to come up with some sort of a condition where there was a shuttle, no parking on Springfield, right? Just, it would be a shuttle from a public lot or some alternative. It would be something I think worthwhile considering.
Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, we can't condition no parking on Springfield because it's a county road, is that correct?
I think it's next to impossible to enforce unless you post police officers there, checking to see who is parking on the open spaces on a county road and seeing if they go into a church.
Yeah, it is legal to park on Springfield Avenue.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying somebody can't make it
Yeah,
a no
that's what I'm
parking
wondering,
zone.
Can they?
It's a county road.
No,
Right.
So they
We
can't.
It's not our
can't.
jurisdiction. We can't tell the
can't.
county not to allow
Right.
parking.
Could
Right.
it be a condition to have a shuttle or kind of transportation?
If the applicant were willing to agree to that, that does sound like an enforceable condition.
I had another question for you, Mr. Ball. One of the challenges I've been having is with scale, and I'll get into my deliberation side of things, but do we have the ability to set a stated occupancy for the sanctuary?
No, that's a function of the building code or fire code, maybe both,
Right.
but we can't override that. It's a state requirement based on size.
Right. Okay.
Jay, do you want to
Yeah, might
jump
as
in?
well.
Thank you.
So this one's been a challenge for me, and we can talk about the inherently beneficial use. I think we've all done that ad nauseum here. The reality is, I think the design here, interestingly enough, I have no concerns with the design. I think the design itself, I'm not in a position to determine, whether this design is with the faith or not with the faith, and frankly, I think it's a beautiful design, personally. There are certain parts of the design that I actually have no concern with. The concept of this spire curve going up and being the de facto steeple, there's an argument there on both sides. Frankly, that doesn't bother me at all. But what does bother me is that they're taking what I've felt like throughout this entire presentation and the testimonies and everything going on and saying, you know what, this is what we want. And it's never been very clear to me of what is the absolute requirement. And all of these things, it always comes back to the desire, the want, and the need, but never the absolute requirement. I look at on top of that, I look at the selective use of facts and figures, the parking study, the traffic study, I think was not incomplete, but it was very selective at best. There was no traffic going down the street. They chose to use 4 points of time, and whether that's required by the regulations, it doesn't address the fact that they picked maybe one day during the sports time. And I don't know this site full year, but I can tell you that when I go in near any sports field, there's concerns of that. I think the conditions that I would get really comfortable with this are, they mentioned that we scaled back the front of the building. Well, it shaved, 2,000 feet off the building? It's less than 10%. or it was about 10%. And it shaved roughly 20% off of the occupants. I just don't believe that they're going to, frankly, utilize this space as given the existing size, and I go back and forth. I think the design again is beautiful. I think if by shrinking the main building down, giving you space for parking, if there has been better testimony to that effect, I would have been a lot more comfortable. And I think that's really what it comes down to, is the fact is they're imposing themselves on the neighboring properties by encroaching in the buffer zones, and as an extension of that, they have no space to make up a lot of the issues that we all have concerns with, or many of us have concerns with. Sorry, don't mean to speak for everybody. So I think ultimately where I feel comfortable is enhancing the buffer, which would require moving the parking, which could potentially restrict the amount of parking. While we can't address it, I would have felt much more comfortable with the stated occupancy, but an extension of shrinking the common area and the overall footprint more than a token 2,000 square feet probably would make me a lot more comfortable.
Okay. Anyone else? No?
Did we always compare this proposal, this application to the previous location? The location they have in the middle of town, it's close to the Summit train station. They have no parking at all, and I remember the old application that was denied. I think this is a better location. And especially, there's one thing that I hate to see. I hate to see that building, which is a nice building, being demolished. But the newer location is way better. It has more space, and it's adjacent to a. On the other side, we have the playground. But the other side is really empty space. It's, I think it's city property, which is like lowland, kind of a steep slope on the, I think that's the east side. And that will compensate in a way for the for the lot being undersized. So,
Go ahead, Tom.
I would
sorry, Mr.
support
Malay.
it.
So let me ask a question. We kind of alluded to Mr. Malay's suggestion of a shuttle service and as a possible condition. Can we, I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Wall. Can we impose such a condition? I mean,
If the applicant were to agree to it, so I think at some point, we will need to call Mr. Maynor up to see if they're willing to explore that type of condition.
and where would that shuttle operate from, and would there be some restrictions on what that lot is, or where?
That is something they would need to have control over, or the authority to use. So I think at this point, maybe we.
But is that something that's, I thought there was a question about that being enforceable.
Well, that's what I was going to say. What requires the shuttle to be used? Is it, a Friday night wedding, or is it a Sunday mass?
That's
Like,
up
what?
Right.
To you.
And what about potential future changes to programming? Like, how do you?
Actually, I think that raises, Don and you both raised a very good question. I don't think from an enforcement point of view, we should really be concerned about the typical Sunday service, mass. I'm not sure what the appropriate term is, but I know for the high holidays, particularly on Summit Avenue, there's usually traffic cops there for safety. Fine, I get that. But for special events, I think it's something that we've conditioned on a variety of other applications that they do a valet or a shuttle service. That is a very standard thing that we've done from a safety and a control point of view. I'm just remembering some of the other private institutions that we've recently gotten parking waivers for. Maybe we address it as any special event or major holiday.
But I don't understand. But the parking, you still can park on Springfield Avenue.
Correct. And
So-
we don't have the jurisdiction to control what.
How do you-
Yeah, so why is anyone going to park in a lot?
And how do you differentiate from residents as opposed to congregants.
I don't know that that condition's realistic at this point.
But one of my concerns with the parking is, there's going to be a fire buffer zone in the front of the building where there's a standpipe or sprinkler connection, so you have to park away from that. I believe there's a hydrant that's going to be near that, so that's 50 feet, 25 feet on each side. So you're losing some frontage in front of the building. So you can't park there, so now you're going to have to extend further down Springfield or up Springfield, and, you know, we all know how that works. People, you know, everybody says someone has a parking problem, but only if you want to park in front of the store you're going to, right? So it's going to kind of be, I see that as being the same thing. There's going to be an area in front of the building that you can't park because of the fire hydrant and the standpipe connection.
As well as the
No
turns.
park, yeah. But, you know, so,
We also didn't see where the 39, like, off-site parking spaces were when you factor in that there are a lot of driveways.
exactly.
I mean, the houses are fairly close together in that part of Springfield, and so there's probably, you know, I'd like to know how far away the 39 cars would have to park, or 33, whatever, that's 33 additional spaces required, I believe, if you use the 79.
I walked it, and I was counting off, like, parking space, like, approximations, and I think you satisfied the vast majority of them in front of the parkland. So you're not impacting any driveways.
That's on both sides, right?
Yeah, on both sides. I mean, I think we just really need to be really careful about over-indexing on the parking here. You know, most, if not all, of the houses of worship in Summit are deficient in parking, and somehow find a way to get by. I don't see why this one can't.
Well, the only way, my response to that would be, is those are pre-existing conditions. You're not building a new structure. Here, you're building a new structure. So why not make it, and I know that we got into this discussion before, but it's a new structure. You have the opportunity to say, okay, I need X. The best I can do is Y, but the Y now is not even close to X.
And the traffic
It-
pattern in
it's-
Springfield
You know,
Avenue is a
yeah,
lot
and, you know-
busier than most of the other churches. They're kind of like both on.
I mean, St.
corners,
You know,
side streets.
we don't need to get into each church, but if you look at the vast majority of churches, they have their own parking lot, with the exception of the current location for this congregation. And, I mean, I can't think of another church that doesn't have its own parking lot that works. Granted, there's overflow. I mean, I go to St. Teresa's. They have a huge parking lot, and on Sundays, they park in the street. But that's a pre-existing condition. They're not building a new structure.
It's also a 12,000 square foot
Yeah.
building. So that's a really big building. So I think asking for 79 parking spaces for a building of that size is not a lot, because it does, you know, even if every Sunday you're not using it, these variances go with the land. They don't go with today's programming, and it's a 12,000 square foot building. I think that has, and I think that goes to Mr. Feskin's point. If the building were a little bit smaller, it would be easier to, you know, any of that could make it a little easier to try to wrap your head around having less parking, but you know, there is the potential need for a lot more parking than even 79 spaces.
And I know I said this, I just can't overcome the initial problem of 2 acres.
Well, there's
I know
probably a
it's not a
good,
detriment, I know that, I get all that.
well,
That's the issue. though.
So-
There's no plots of land available in town that could satisfy that.
I get that.
That's sort
I get
of
that.
well,
why
that's,
I'm
that's,
I get that.
that's
So
not
unless the
true.
zoning change-
Yeah,
That's not true.
But that's also not our,
That's a very flippant and arbitrary response.
So, Mr. Nelson, I know you've reiterated that a few times, but can you just elaborate? What are the detriments that you find associated
Well,
with
the
that? 'Cause
detriment
I
is-
just want to be sure that if, you know, depending on however you vote on this thing,
Yeah.
that your reasoning is clear on the
Well,
record.
I took some notes earlier. It's a detriment to the master plan, and it's a detriment to the zoning ordinance, which then reads over to the detriment to the public good.
But specifically, what, is it the lack of parking?
It's the lack of parking, it's the lack of buffer, it's the lack of, you know, the rear yard setback. All those are, to me, those are all detriments to what's going on there.
And-
Which then
and what-
reflects back onto the neighborhood.
Is it safety associated with the
Yes.
parking? Because, I mean, you talk about the parking, the lack of parking, that is a variance, clearly, but
Mhm.
it doesn't necessarily
Well-
speak to what the end result is and what
My,
the...
my concern is for the safety with parking, safety with the ball fields in the back. Kids, there's no buffer between the properties, a very limited buffer. So those are some of my concerns.
So there's a reason why they want 2 acres for a house of worship, right? It's the intensity of the use. We're talking about a building that's 18,000 square feet. What would you guess the average size of the surrounding homes are? 2,000 square feet, 3,000 square feet?
Probably 3,000
Right.
square feet, if not bigger, a little bit bigger.
So you have a lot more cars, a lot more people, a much higher intensity of use. And you try and mitigate that with this requirement of 2 acres, which should hopefully house a larger building and have adequate parking within the setbacks that are required in the R15 zone.
Correct.
So I think that's where the problem with this application begins, is they were dealt this hand, self-inflicted, of acquiring a 1.74 acre site that's less than 2 acres. And their response to that was not to try and conform, but to build something even bigger. And I think that's very concerning. So that's bigger in height, it's spilling over the setbacks by a tremendous margin. It's just really having a negative impact on the surroundings because of its oversized nature on the site. And this idea that because there aren't residential uses immediately adjacent to the site, I think does a disservice to the people that use the park, that use the school, that use the playgrounds. Those areas are used. So you would want to have those buffers in place. And the fact that the buffers are reduced is problematic and a detriment. So you already have an undersized lot, and because of that, instead of designing a building that can more reasonably fit within the site, you go over the requirements, and then that has a cascading effect of impacting the amount of parking that you can provide on the site. Now, I think in all our years of being on the zoning board, we can safely agree that stormwater and parking are 2 of the most important issues to the citizens of Summit. So we are woefully underparked. We have insufficient buffering, and then we are overbuilding on the site with our coverage and our setbacks and our height. So that's, in my mind, a classic definition of overdevelopment, which is definitely a negative impact on the town. So you combine the parking, being underserved on the site, also triggering this need to park on Springfield Avenue, which I respectfully disagree with my colleague, Mr. Mullen. I think it is a safety issue. We've all been up and down that road 1,000 times, and I do not think it's a safe place for pedestrians, full stop. So there is no scenario where they're not going to park on Springfield Avenue. And I think that is a negative, detrimental impact on the neighborhood. And so if you also throw in the traffic issues caused at peak times through their holidays or special events, having a negative impact on the neighborhood, not to mention the fact that we've spent almost no time talking about the fact that there is residential use right across the street. We focused very much on the surrounding parks and the playground and the school, but there's a row of houses as far as the eye can see of residential use that's at a different intensity of use, at a different scale, right? That's substantially different than this church that's being proposed. And given the fact that it does not conform through almost 12 different variance requests, I do believe that if we approve this application, we are setting a dangerous precedent. That this idea that you can almost null and void our zoning code, right, because you want to hide under the shield of inherently beneficial use, I'm sorry to say, it's not a blank check. It just doesn't work that way. And, you know, I don't want to be responsible for setting that precedent. I do believe that they can build a house of worship here that will meet their needs, that conforms to the zoning, and could substantially increase the number of parking spaces. Because Mr. Maynard has told us their architect is very capable, so I do believe they have that ability. But as designed currently, it clearly says that we will just do whatever we want, and, you know, I did not appreciate the inherent threat that came from the mention of, you know, the judgment against Bernards for the mosque. That does not sit well with me at all. So I think as presented, I'm going to have to say no to this application.
I do want to follow up on a couple potential conditions that we've talked about. One was, it seems that traffic is a significant concern, at least for many members here. One was a shuttle. I get the sense that we have concerns about the enforceability of a shuttle, given the fact that it is free public parking on a county road immediately adjacent to the church. I believe Mr. Curran maybe was the one who noted the possibility of having officers stationed during, you know, whether it's special events or regular Sunday service. Do we think that is, either of those are something that could adequately address the parking concerns?
No.
Well, I'll just add, I think it might, because I think it would discourage behavior. To see a police officer right there, I think would discourage people from blatantly jaywalking.
Mr. Yuko, I agree with you. The only question I have is, do we require that for every service or just special services? And I don't know the distinction of, like, where do we draw that line?
You know, what is the practice now? Like, where I see it most often is at the Jewish temple on Summit Avenue. That's where I most often see police. Is that every Saturday? I don't know.
Of my understanding, it's only the high holidays.
Only high holidays.
Yeah.
There's one point here. The most important thing, are we going to approve less than 2 acres?
Interestingly enough, Mr. Millay, I actually think the 2 acres is not my concern as presented. It's actually more of the intensity of the application on the restricted. So if this was designed with more constraint instead of the wish list, I would feel much more comfortable with it. Instead of an 18,000 square foot building, it was 15,000. I'm just throwing these numbers out here. I didn't think through that fully, but I'm looking at the overall intensity on the smaller lot. And, you know, when you get into it, the reality is, even if it was a 2 acre lot and one of the variances went away, it ends up still being 10 variances on density and the intensity, the design, over development.
I totally agree with that. However, the location where these 2 acres are is very important. And here they are not adjacent to except a playground and a very steep slope that is beyond the limit of the property, which gives it kind of exterior buffer.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm not concerned by the 2 acres, and I think those side properties do provide visual buffer, if not legal buffer. So my concern is solely on the parking on the street and the safety issues there.
If I were building a house, would I be able to use city property and say, that's going to be my buffer?
No.
You can't.
You could ask.
You could ask.
I don't know what we would say, but you can ask.
So it's nice that it's there, but I would still have to conform, and I'm removing the inherently beneficial title right now. If I were building a residential structure on those properties, I'd have to conform to the zoning.
Or ask for variance.
Or ask for, well, but would the variance, could I ask for a variance to use the city property as a buffer?
You certainly can.
You can ask.
You would be getting a buffer on your own.
But
On my own
I
property.
think if the, say, let's just say the lot coverage was 40% of 1.74 acres instead of 48.7%, that might help bring some of the other things into compliance. It's not only the buffers, it's the lack of parking. For me, it's all of it. So the difference between 48.7% and 40% lot coverage in this property is about 6,600 square feet. So that's big. That's the footprint of 3 average houses, bigger than the footprint of 3 average houses, right? It's big. The difference in in the building coverage that it's over is about 900 square feet, right? So all of these, those are places where I think a design could be made where we try to comply. We're not meeting everything, but it helps you get closer to the buffers. It helps you get closer to the parking because maybe you have extra space now to deal with to offer some of the parking. I mean, our zoning code prohibits the use of on-street parking to satisfy your parking requirements. I don't think anybody said that here yet today, but that's an important factor, I think, is that all of the parking that's required is supposed to be on-site. And I think 79 spaces for a building this size is not asking for a lot of spaces if that's the size building you want to have.
I'd just add to that, I think there's been an obvious steadfast commitment to the design, right? And if there was flexibility in the design, I think they could design a building that would meet the current congregation size. There's no anticipated growth and get enough parking spots on the site. I think it's possible,
Just
right?
to-
But it would break the design, right? They would have to redesign something that would accommodate the current congregation. It would be a better site than where they are today, right? But not exactly what they're asking for.
Correct.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure the terminology is correct. When we say design, it's the building of the building, not the design of the building.
Right. The layout,
Yes.
yeah,
It is. Yeah, yeah.
where it's set in the
Yes.
site,
Yeah.
not the look of it.
That's what I struggle with. I mean, it's not the way the buildings looks, it's just, yeah. I wish I was eloquent as you were when you spoke about meeting and, the detriment to the neighborhood and all that, but that's right. I would love to see this thing fit into the neighborhood based on the size of the property they have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just want to add a couple things on the parking. It was mentioned something about conditions for maybe putting a patrol officer out there to direct traffic, times of service. I don't think the patrol officer would post at the driveway to cross people without the presence of a crosswalk. I don't think the police aren't going to do that. They're not going to stand in a busy street without a crosswalk. I just don't think they'll do that.
They will
And-
do it for traffic, maybe not for pedestrians, but for traffic,
Yeah, but there's no.
letting cars in and out.
And to ask the county to put a crosswalk, I'm quite sure the county would never approve putting a crosswalk on a curve. And that, I mean, that building sits right at the curve. And, you know, to put a crosswalk past the curve where the church is, you're almost going down to where the other crosswalk is. It's quite far.
Anything else?
So, do we believe there's any other conditions that you want to ask the applicant about at this point? Anybody? Hearing none.
I'm shooting from the hip here. And maybe it's not a condition, but before we vote, would the applicant be open to revisiting what they're doing on a lot? And that's not a condition. That's up to the president, I think, to make that choice, not me.
Yeah,
but-
so, Mr. Chairman, up to you on whether you want to proceed with a vote. I know we've done a year worth of hearings, and we're at that point. Or if you want to ask the applicant whether they're willing to consider a resubmission at this point.
I already know the answer, but I'll ask Mr. Manor anyway. Would you like to go back with your team and do a redesign?
Well, that's going to be up to my team. It's not something we've considered before tonight. So, I don't know, we'd have to discuss it. I mean, we'd have to confer. We need a little time to confer before we decide that. We were prepared to respond to the conditions that were suggested.
Mr. Maynard, if you could just come to the mic. Sorry to send you up there.
It's getting late, I didn't really want to get up. We need a little time to confer about a potential design change. We were prepared to respond to those couple of conditions that were floated, but
We do have other applications on. Is it something where you would be able to?
I think we have to go outside for a few minutes and then come back in and say yes or no, you know.
Okay.
Maybe we could
So-
even just interrupt what was going on for a minute and do it, so we didn't have to wait.
Well,
all
we'll
night.
try and time it so it happens either right after our next hearing. We've
Mhm.
been told that the next two are relatively quick.
Yeah.
So
I think I said that at one point.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break anyway?
Yes.
I'd rather power through, but
Wait, I have a question anyway.
So why don't we do that? Andy?
5 minutes.
I have a question.
Yes.
So the redesign question is like a blanket question. You get like a redesign, like, are we going to give any sort of whatever, conditions on your redesign? The redesign should have this, and this, or,
We
you
can
know,
give
just-
suggestions if you would like. I think we've been doing that for the past.
I think if
Okay,
they don't, if
so
they haven't
basi-
gotten hints.
So I'm saying,
Yeah,
okay,
I
so
think
they're
they
going to base it
understand
off
what
of our
But
suggestions.
we can't tell them, you
Okay.
must submit an application with X lot coverage. They have the right to come back. They would be able to come back with an amended application for us to consider at that point. It's, do we want to make them start from scratch with a brand-new application? Or do we want to allow them that opportunity to submit an amended one based upon our comments tonight?
What's the difference in a new one and an amended
If,
one?
for example, this application were to be voted down, they could come back with a new design anyway and, submit it as an entirely new application.
Correct.
Versus an amended application based on, this submission.
Which would be a redesign,
So
essentially,
it's
the same
What I'm
thing.
saying is the same thing. You get the
Feel
same
like-
result.
Same end result, more or less.
But it's easier and quicker if we give them a chance to resubmit an amended design than start from scratch.
Yes.
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Because we're not going through, but we'd have to still be able to go through some of the experts would have to still come back and everything. So it is
Yes.
really starting all over again.
Depending on what the redesign would be, yes.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm not really sure what we're agreeing to. We're agreeing to redesign, and we might be going through another year's worth of continuations. At what point does
That's possible.
this application, does it ever time out? You submit your application, it can go on.
If-
Don't we have a
if
limited time?
If
Don't we
we
have a-
keep, they have extended the time frame for us to act under the statute. If we keep getting extensions and if we keep allowing them to come back with amendments, it could go on further.
And I
There's
assume
a
we'd
re-
require renotice if
I
they're
was
going
going
to
to
come
say,
back.
be reset the clock on time to act almost.
That
with
would
it.
be a
That's
question.
by
for-
consent.
Yes. So I think at this point, I heard some requests for a bathroom. Maybe we take 5 minutes, see if they have a response at that point and see what we want to do.
Okay.
Or
Let's
should we
do
vote
that.
to see if we should?
All right. Mr. May.
Mr. Chairman, we have a response for you. First, a couple of things I want to put on the record. As to the conditions that were bandied about, just so everyone is clear, hiring a traffic control officer for every Sunday and other special events, weddings, funerals that might tend to put quite a few people in the sanctuary, we would do that. We're amenable to a shuttle service from public parking, which is all free on Sunday and open to everyone. Just have to pick a location. We would be willing to do that. And I wanted to reiterate, we did make a representation, and it could be embodied in a condition, that the maximum number of seats in that sanctuary would be what are shown on the seating plan, which is 236, I believe. So if you want to adopt embody that in a condition, please do, because that was our representation. As to doing a redesign, we are not going to do that at this time. If at some point in the future, the way things work out, if this church decides to file a new application that's different, then that becomes necessary, that would be an option. But at this point, I think with those clearing the record as to the conditions that we're willing to suggest or accept, that we would actually prefer to take it to a vote. Thank you.
That's what we'll do.
And now just to clarify, because I believe it was Mr. Feskins who raised the question about occupancy. My impression was that you were asking about maximum, amount of people in the building. Is that right? Or were you asking about seats? Because we can address seats as just suggested by Mr. Maynard. I thought you were talking about limiting the maximum occupancy of the building itself.
So the issue always revolves around, in my mind, revolves around the occupancy load in the sanctuary, which would be, my presumption, is the highest density use. The stated occupancy threshold of what I'm contemplating here is to make sure that there's not an event that takes all of these seats out and puts a 500-person wedding in there. And so that's why I'm not sure the distinction
Right,
here.
so that particular, occupancy from function of building or fire code perspective, that is a matter of state law. But, if we felt that limiting the number of seats was something that we wanted to see, we could do that. We can't alter, maximum state occupancy based upon the square footage of the room itself.
We don't have the ability to restrict it below. I would expect us not to be able to go above, but we don't have the ability to restrict it below.
We could say events of, no more than X amount of people as a condition. Then it becomes an enforceability question, but, right, we can't say occupancy of the building itself. We could say, we can't say change the fire code occupancy requirement. We could say for special events have a cap, but again, that just gets back to enforcement.
Which FYI, the fire code's 880 is the fire code occupancy. Are my
Oh,
notes.
just the sanctuary.
No, the whole building, total
No, I
occupancy.
think that's.
You think that's just the sanctuary, the total?
No.
880?
The
The total
sanctuary is
occupancy?
It's what, 10? Yeah, I think it was the sanctuary. Because they do was it 1 per 7 square feet?
There's different square.
All right, so-
you're saying you
Oh,
need
okay.
So many square feet if you're sitting inside.
Yeah.
Okay, so I
So-
had the fire code was 880. but-
With those representations, do we believe that any of those conditions, traffic control, a shuttle service, or limiting the number of seats, or potentially the number of people attending special events, is that something that changes anyone's thoughts, anyone's opinions on this?
The traffic control officer on the shuttle would change my vote.
I'm just still confused about the shuttle. The shuttle is after if people are parking and they can't find any parking in the parking lot, on the street, on the side streets, then they're going to the shuttle? That's why I'm so confused, because
The condition can be whatever you want to make it, but again, it becomes an enforcement question of, we can compel them to have a shuttle. We can't necessarily compel people to use it because there is free parking there. If you think that would not.
I realize it's hard to enforce, but maybe a
Yeah.
wording like the church will encourage people to use the shuttle?
That's possible. If you think that providing that would alleviate some of the concerns, they've offered to agree to it.
And the traffic control officer, if I heard Mr. Mayor correctly, at all services, not just significant ones, but all services, all major events.
But that's just really directing the cars in and out of the driveway. It's not, it does not affect the, it doesn't,
I don't think a traffic
it doesn't do anything with the
cop can go out there
pedestrian.
without,
Well, no, it's not going to do anything with the pedestrian. It's just going to be directing the traffic, just like they do like on Summer Avenue.
People stand out in the middle of the street without no.
No, but if they had to get, stop the traffic to let cars in and out of the driveway, but I don't, it's not going to affect, it's not going to alleviate any of the pedestrian safety concerns, because people are still going to be parking on the streets and, on the surrounding, on the streets. I don't think anyone's going to be using this shuttle. I mean, I think it's human nature to sit there and park, like you said, park as close as you can.
Well, my comments stand. That would affect my vote.
It does not affect my vote.
All right. Well, because it would affect at least one vote, and because the applicant's offering it, I'll note that we should consider the application subject to those conditions as offered, that they will provide traffic control officers during all services and special events, and that they will provide a shuttle service as well during, do we want to hear it during all services and special events as well?
I like Roger's wording. I think he said all services, all weddings, all funerals. I forget exactly what he said, but words to that effect.
Okay.
Is it major events or something?
Major events.
There's absolutely no way to do any kind of requirement. This is just best efforts. There's no request of the county to change.
So they have agreed that they will request the county put a crosswalk in near the church. But again, we are limited on our jurisdiction to compel the county to change their traffic on a county road.
Are we adding the financial? Requesting it, the county says, okay, great, pay us 25 grand, and they say no.
I'm seeing a nodding from Mr. Maynor, so that will be part of the condition.
I didn't understand the question.
That if they make the request, and if the county says you have to pay X amount of dollars to install the crosswalk,
the county says
they
yes,
will
yeah.
pay for the installation of the crosswalk.
Okay.
If the county wanted to put a crosswalk in, wouldn't they be contacted, would they just do it based on the congregation's request, or would they go to the surrounding, I know they wanted to put like a stop sign near my house, so the surrounding properties got, were asked for input also. So I'm not really sure how that works.
The request has to be initiated by somebody. The county won't do it without somebody
So it's
requesting it.
initiated, but do they go, do they tell the other neighbor, does everybody else have a say in it?
It's
too?
possible, yes. Depends on what the exact request is and what the county comes back. They may come back and say, guys, to some points, there's a curve here, it's unsafe. They may come back and say, yes, but it's better to put it at this location to the south or to the north or east or west, whatever the location is.
Is there a sidewalk on the other side of
Wasn't
Springfield?
that-
There's not,
There's
right?
gonna be a
So there, you're
crosswalk
not going to
somewhere.
get a crosswalk because there's no place to cross to, right? So that's,
to be
I mean, it's kind of,
handicapped
it seems rather pointless because there's not usually, a crosswalk has to go from one sidewalk to another sidewalk, and there's no sidewalk on that opposite side of Springfield.
I know that Summit can't control parking on a county road, but can residents then contact the county and say, we're requesting that there's no parking on Springfield Avenue, just like they did on Kent Place by all the residents, because the high school kids were parking there. Can that be done on the county level? Which, I mean, I guess, right? Can you petition the county and say, listen,
They can do
park,
anything they
people,
want.
So then we really have an issue, because now the residents say, let's petition to the county says, okay, that's a great idea, because this is a curve, this is not a great place. It's an issue on Sundays with the parking. Now there's no parking. Now we're back to, we could use the shuttle, but that's like, I mean, I guess there's a lot of.
That's a lot of hypotheticals.
A lot of speculation, people we have no
Yes.
control over. Again, I'm just trying to do the best we can to show that we're trying to mitigate the negative impacts. That's my goal.
Okay. I think that'll do it.
All righty then. Can I get motion to approve?
Yes. So moved.
Seconded.
Ms. Sands, can you call the roll, please?
Vice Chair Zahn?
No.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Malay?
Yes.
Mr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
No.
Mr. Curran?
No.
Chairman Liketts?
No.
All right. So the application is denied.
Thank you all. Good night.
So anyone who's still remaining, if you don't want to stay and you want to get carried, please come up to the dais and we'll take care of you.
Mullen was the motion, second.
All right, 52 Huntley Road.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and municipal staff. Thank you for your time tonight. As I said before, my name is Evan Pickus. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Pickus and Aronson in Spotswood, Middlesex County, and I'm here to advance the application regarding property located at 52 Huntley Road, which is Lot 6, Block 3601. Just to give you a brief overview of what we're seeking here tonight, my client owns this property. He'd like to do some renovations at the property, and part of those renovations involves removing a driveway on one side of the house and moving the driveway to the other side of the house. Unfortunately, because the driveway sits in an area that's determined to be a steep slope, there would be a disturbance of some steep slope area, which requires a variance from the board. I also will point out, Mr. Ball, I do notice that each side yard regulation is 8 feet, and I do notice that we have a pre-existing condition of 5.4 feet. That's not changing, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention also, because you might want to include that as well,
Are you asking for a variance for that condition?
for the pre-existing condition.
Okay.
Okay.
We will consider that.
Thank you. So, at any rate, we have a single-story house here that my client's looking to renovate and make a two-story house. He has a beautiful plan put together. All those plans were submitted to you folks. I do have the comments of your engineer and your planner and all your staff members, which we are prepared to address, hopefully very quickly. I have one witness to testify tonight. I'd like to bring him forward so he can be sworn.
Great. Thank you.
Before we get to the witness, can you just confirm, so the additional setback variance that we're talking about, 5.4 feet, an existing condition to what exactly?
There's a minimum each side yard requirement on the left side of the house. It's currently 5.4 feet.
To the house itself?
To the house, yeah.
Thank you.
And the second floor is directly above it?
That's correct.
Great.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Hamza Rehman. He's an engineer with offices in Spotswood. If you'd be kind enough to swear him, and then I can give you his curriculum vitae.
If you could raise your right hand, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? And please state your name, spell your last name.
Into a microphone, please, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
You can sit.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and the members of the board. My name is Hamza Rehman. I'm the president of HRE Engineering, representing our client, Nikki Tavares, for 52 Huntley Road.
Can you just spell your last name for the record?
Rehman.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your background and experience for the board?
I'm a civil engineer with HRE Engineering. I specialize in land development, commercial and residential, based out of Spotswood, New Jersey.
Licensed in New Jersey?
Licensed in New Jersey and New York.
Great. Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept his credentials?
We would. Welcome. Please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Emmons, could you give the board a brief overview of the project?
Sure. So basically, we have an existing property at 52 Huntley that our client is looking to make into a two-story with basically adding a second floor addition and also some addition to the back of the property. As the attorney had mentioned, we're basically taking out the existing driveway and reducing the impervious coverage to build a garage, which does interfere to our steep slope disturbance. According to the ordinance, if we are over 1,000 square feet of disturbance, it regulates a variance, which is what we're seeking for here. We are over 300, to be exact. It's 359 over 1,000 square feet that would be disturbed. We are not changing the grade as per the design plans. We're just disturbing it to be able to mitigate the stormwater to the existing conditions that are currently on the property. And that's pretty much kind of in a nutshell.
And in fact, Mr. Remen, isn't it true that we're actually, the plans call for reducing impervious coverage on the property?
Correct. We're reducing it about almost, I would say 3%.
So it's about 200 square feet?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we received comments from your engineers and your planners, and we'd like to go through those comments quickly, just to...
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So the first letter I have is from Burgess Associates, planners. So I guess if we start with number one, Mr. Remen, confirm the extent of the proposed improvements?
Yes, so basically, just all the comments that Burgess Associates had in regards to the property, we concur with. We don't have any issues with that. We'll address all the comments that they have, which, I mean, would you like to go with?
No, we trust you.
You trust us?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we concur with all the comments by the planner, and we will comply with all requirements.
Right, and that'll be a condition of approval.
100%. Next, I have from HRE, what's next? From Marie Raffe at Colliers Engineering. Okay, there are 17 comments.
Yeah, some of them were just comments, and some of them were just, basically, we concur with all the comments that they had. We'll address anything that needs to be addressed from Colliers Engineering. Some of them was just remarks stating.
I just want to clarify one issue, because there was a concern raised about tree removal.
Correct.
Okay, is there any tree removal on this site for this
There is no
project?
tree removal on the property. There is one main tree in front of the property, which will get the adequate tree protection, which is provided per the Soil Conservation District to protect the tree.
So we'll open up questioning to our board experts. So if there's something specific within the engineering report, Mr. O'Brien will certainly address it,
Sure.
as well as if there's anything regarding the zoning, Mr. Stichus will address it.
Okay. But I'd just like to point out that, you know, as I stated, we will comply with all the requirements and all the recommendations made by your staff experts.
Great.
If they have questions now, Mr. Ryan would be happy to answer them.
Let's do it. Gentlemen, what questions do you have for this
I
witness?
have no question.
All right, thank you, Ed.
I have one or two.
Sure, thanks, Carl.
Thanks. The retaining walls on site, are you modifying at all or keeping?
No,
the-
we're not.
everything
It's an
same?
existing feature. We're just
Right.
maintaining the existing feature on the property.
Perfect. And then, as far as the steep slopes go, we didn't have the calculations.
Yeah, so I did update the plans,
Okay.
which the applicant will submit with the
Perfect.
steep slope table. And just to clarify on the steep slope, we're actually reducing the percentage on the steep slope.
Okay.
So that's why we're also seeking the variance, because we have to disturb that in order to basically tie into the existing
Understood.
features on the property.
And then, as they testified, the impervious coverage, they're decreasing the amount of impervious coverage, so it's actually beneficial to
Correct.
stormwater. And then anything that you're doing with your driveway, where you're tying into the city, you're gonna need a permit for that.
Correct.
You know, when you go to building permit, but, you know, a road opening permit, because
Correct.
you'll be curb cutting.
Yes, out of the, beyond our right of way.
Correct.
Yep.
That is all I have from engineering.
Great, thank you, Carl. Board members, what questions do you have for this witness? Mr. Yuko?
A couple of questions. One of the comments in Mr. Snakis' report was about, ask you to address the functionality of the two-car garage. It's 20 by 20 feet, but there's a stairway that sounds like impacts.
Yes, so we do have a stairway on one side of the garage. I believe it's on the right side of the garage from the architectural drawings, which is about 4 feet, and that was just to basically be able to get into the house. So I think in terms of, looking at an average size of an SUV, right, 15 feet, 16 feet, I mean, I think that you still have, it's basically, the two-car garage serves as one compact area of the garage and one full 20 by 20. So, I mean, I from, size-wise, I would think,
So I'm confused, are you saying it is a functional two-car garage, or?
it is a functional two-car garage, so I think the stairs don't have any objection from a, building perspective, if I had to look at it that way. That's just my opinion, but,
So you can park 2 cars in
you
that
can't
garage?
park 2 cars.
Thank
It's an
you.
average SUV.
Ed, would you agree?
Is there any option to move the stairs?
I don't
The
see.
architectural plans say stairs to be removed. Am I not reading that correctly?
No, that's for, in the garage.
Oh, okay.
Because one side of the garage serves as a compact and the other is,
What is the effective dimension
Oh, I see.
that you have within the size of the garage? Just so we can understand the 2 different
so it's a
sizes.
20 by 20 and then 20 by 18.
Should permit 2 cars.
So the door opening is,
You want to see the plan?
No, that's okay.
Into the
That's
house.
okay, I just need that.
the garage door opening is how wide? The front garage? Yeah.
8 by 8. So
Okay. Oh,
8 wide, 8 tall.
that's the- oh, there's 2 doors, okay.
Yeah.
And one other question, if I don't know if you're asking questions, but one other question, and I know you said you comply with all the points in Mr. Snakis' letter, but, so you're going to confirm the location of all the existing proposed exterior equipment and confirm that no variances are required? There was also a question in there, so you're not asking for any variances on location of exterior equipment or any relief for that?
Yeah, we don't need any variance for outside.
Okay.
Sorry, I had 2 questions regarding the variance from outside. We mentioned the 5.4 yard setback, but also the combined yard setback looks like it's existing non-conforming. Because we're building the second floor, we should put that in there, I would assume?
I suppose so.
That's why I asked.
Assuming
Yes, sir.
so you would like variances for both 5.4 feet, and then what is the resulting combined, or I guess the
Per this,
existing?
22.7 feet or 34%, whereas 33 is permitted.
22.7.
Is that right? Am I reading that right?
To be
22.7 feet or 34%?
Correct.
Okay. So we would consider both of those, not only the side yard setback, but the combined side yard as well.
Right, and just to confirm for the record, the second floor is identical to the first floor footprint?
That's
Or
correct. The first floor is getting extended further back.
Just backwards,
And then
not side.
building up the second floor on top of it. That's correct.
But not the side of the house where we're talking about the setback.
That's correct.
Well, either side, for clarity.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
So intensity, but not infringement.
Correct.
Correct.
I have one question, and I'm feeling, you know, like I'm missing something, but where exactly is the steep slope disturbance? I
steep-
see disturbance, a lot of
Yes.
disturbance, but the
So
steep slope's not
the-
really
Okay.
pointed out in
So
the
the
drawing.
steep slope disturbance that we really have, I would say is southeast, or basically it's the proposed driveway and to the right of the driveway. Within those two areas that are designated on the grading plan called Area 1 and Area 2.
It just doesn't look like a steep slope when you go to the property there.
I mean, based on the contours and the slope that I have, existing slopes that I currently have on the property there is 19% and 13%.
Yeah, so it triggers.
This is the backyard though, right?
No, this is the front of the property, on the driveway and to the right of the driveway,
This is it, right here.
based on the existing
Okay.
contours.
So,
you're-
Carl,
you're-
just to
okay, so
confirm those
You're
two-
moving the new
Yeah.
driveway.
It seems very,
It's
I'm
gonna-
surprised.
Yeah.
Usually it doesn't seem that low.
Yeah, so
That's what it is, yeah.
we're seeing it because it's over
Yeah.
1,000
Make it
square
bigger.
feet.
Okay.
I get you. I'm just
Yeah.
saying from a visual appearance that I'm
Right,
surprised
that's why
we're here.
I was struggling with that.
I expected to see the backyard being all like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus what's
Well, I guess you have the
happening,
retaining wall back there to help you there.
plus what's happening, they're converting
door.
it from driveway to grass, where the driveway's now going right in front of the house. So it,
Do we have to keep going then?
He's disturbing steep slopes, I can't even say that, too late. Steep slopes, but he's putting grass back in that one area.
Bless you.
So you're removing completely the old driveway, there's not gonna be any parking area there or anything, so it'll be all grass?
Yes, it's gonna be all grass.
Then you're just moving the driveway over?
That's correct. And
Into the front.
reducing.
Now, I don't know if I can ask this question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway.
Go ahead.
Are you involved in the property next door?
I'm not.
Remind me, is there something with a front-facing two-car garage?
Yeah, DRO, yeah.
I thought I saw it, but it's not in any of the comments.
I
but-
think the
Yeah.
lot
I think if
width
your lot
is
is a certain
90,
width,
under
it has
90
to be-
feet, you can have a wide, you can have a front-facing garage.
Historic, HBC's comments, discuss that.
Any other questions from the board for this witness? Seeing none. Any questions from the public? Seeing none?
Just for the record, I'd just like to put on the record that I believe that this application and the variances that we're requesting advance the priorities of the municipal land use law. We're creating much more of a more positive visual experience on the property. We're also adding more open space, and I can't really fathom any negative aspect to this project in this application.
And you are tearing down the old shed, right, that's gonna disappear? Is there a shed in the corner? Am I thinking of the right property?
No.
I might
No.
have walked on the wrong.
No,
one.
no,
You're thinking of the
that's,
next-
you're talking
You
about
were
the next one.
trespassing.
Yeah, you're talking about the next one.
You're talking about
No,
the-
Shady side?
Wait, you're talking, wait, this is the one we're doing now. The,
I was there, I went out the. your
No
site
shed.
today.
No
Okay.
shed.
No shed.
Then I'm
No
thinking
shed.
of the other.
We'll knock
the other
it
one
down.
that said.
It's a late
I'll
night.
remove that.
It's a late night.
All right. Mr. Ball, can you read us through the conditions and the number of votes required?
Yes. So I have two conditions. One is our usual compliance with the conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. And then the second, I heard there was mention of the updated plans, so that revised plans with updated steep slope calculations will be submitted to the board engineer for review and approval.
Yes, sir.
All right, only C variances, even with the additional setback variances, are prompted here, so 4 votes are required to approve the application.
Thank you, Andy. And not seeing any comments from the public, so we'll go right into deliberation. Who would like to begin? Mr. Curran?
I think this is pretty straightforward. I think it's a smart plan. I have no issues. I can support it.
Thank you.
And I agree, I just noticed the positive benefit of the impervious area being reduced by 200 square feet, I think it is, so that's a positive impact.
Absolutely. Any other comments? No? All right, with that, Ms. Sands, can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Ms. Sands, you're up.
Vice Chair Zahn?
Yes.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Malay? Mr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Curran?
Yes.
Chairman Liketz?
Yes. All right.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much, ladies.
Thank you. All right. Can we have 16 Shady Side, please? Okay. Are you gonna double recuse and then just sneak out of here?
That's a good idea.
Can I do that?
All right.
No, you don't have a backup.
Jessica will sit in as our acting attorney.
I will note for the record that Ms. Zahn has recused from the application and has stepped down from the dais. And Mr. Millet is stepping down as well. All right, so I will first swear you in. If you raise your right hand, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And please state your name, spell your last name.
Encore Maniar, Maniar.
Thank you. Can you briefly tell us about your application?
Yeah, and thank you for the time. I know it's getting very late. So I moved to this house back in 2020, moved to Summit back in 2020 to be closer to my family. Actually got really lucky. I found a place that's right up the street from my niece and nephew, so I get to see them all the time now, which is fantastic. And it's just a perfect neighborhood. I love the proximity to town. You know, those of you who know Shady Side, I will say that, you know, it's a reputation for friendliness. It's very well warranted, and I'm just very grateful to be part of that community and, you know, just really be able to contribute to stuff like, you know, we do this great Halloween and we have the block party and all. So, you know, the neighborhood's great. You know, I would say the house, it's 120 years old. It needed a lot of work. Unfortunately, the prior owner hadn't necessarily kept up with all of that. So, you know, first few years, I really focused on the outside. I focused on the landscaping, and then I turned my attention to the rest of the house and, you know, just making it more functional, refreshing the look of it. You know, maintaining the historical character of it was really, really important to me. I'm very cognizant of the age of the house and the neighborhood. So, you know, did a lot of work, improved the structural framing of the house, modernized the electric, the plumbing, added insulation, things like that. And now there's a few more changes that I'd like to do. I think it would really add to the enjoyment of the property. So starting with the front of the house, I'd like to add a bay window. There's this really, really small bedroom that I currently use as my office. I think the bay window would just add a lot of light. It would make that really small room feel a lot bigger. And, you know, from the front of the house on the street side, I think it would, you know, just add a lot of interesting character. I think it would fit in really nicely with the rest of the neighborhood and the style of the homes there. And then moving to the back of the house, the way out of the kitchen into the yard right now is this old crumbling concrete platform. I'd like to replace that and add a deck so that way I can, you know, sit outside, enjoy the weather. We get these beautiful sunsets off Shady Side, and, you know, we sit out there with my neighbors too and, you know, enjoy that. At the grade level, you know, it's kind of like a walkout basement. So in order to accommodate this deck and the new stairs, I'd also be rebuilding the patio and making that work with the shape of the deck. And then, you know, lastly, I think this is what you were referring to. So there's, I think it was a garage that got turned into a shed, and now I'd like to turn it back into a garage. You know, just so I could park my car there in the winter and, you know, have an EV, just being able to charge it and all in there would be great. So.
Great. So, board experts, do you have any questions for this witness, or you want to wait for his expert?
Expert's fine.
Okay. Board, any questions for this witness, or do you want to wait for his expert?
I have
Allison,
a
go
question
ahead.
for you, please. Okay, so it's a construction zone right now, right?
Correct.
Unless I was at the wrong house.
Yes, correct.
Is everything that has been done so far has been to code, and everything you're asking for now is stuff that has not been started yet? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. That was my one question. Just another comment.
Sure.
It was a very messy construction zone, just as for respect to the neighbors, and honestly, somebody that could easily report you, that driveway was a mess. So I would just recommend you clean it up while you're doing construction, if I was able to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chifa. Any questions from the audience from the public for this witness? Seeing none. All right. Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
I apologize for, Miriam Zahn, 65 Woodland Avenue. I am your backyard neighbor, downhill neighbor. I know the engineer noted in his staff comments about water in the neighborhood. And the one thing I will note, and I don't know if you have any elevations on your driveway, but most of the other driveways in Shady Side are pitched. I don't know if you're doing work on your driveway, that's the question, because it's flat. And so there's a possibility for runoff. Do you have any plans to redo the driveway while you're doing the work for the garage?
Yeah, definitely in terms of like fixing any problems.
If you could just speak into the mic, sorry.
Definitely in terms of fixing any problems with the driveway, and then I did see the comments too about adding some planting and all to prevent water from flowing backwards towards the hill.
I guess I'll have a comment.
Okay, great.
Save it for the comment.
Thank you. So why don't we meet your expert witness?
Michael Shirella, architect.
All right, if you could raise your right hand, do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name.
Michael Shirella. My last name is spelled Chiarella.
Thank you, and I know you've appeared before us relatively recently. Any
Yes.
changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
No.
I imagine we'll accept them back once again.
We will. Welcome back, and
Thank
please
you.
proceed. Thank you.
Okay, so, a little rapid fire here.
You need to use the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you. Does this work?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a plot plan that I want to reference to. What we want to do is we want to propose a small deck that steps down into a small patio. There's an existing shed to the right of the property, and we want to convert that shed into a garage. And then we want to do a little 2-foot bump out just to get like a required garage bay width of about like 10 and a half feet. And then we also want to put a second floor bay window over the porch just to extend a very small bedroom that's on the second floor, just extend it to make it a little bit bigger. And we want to also introduce a basement window well for fire code reasons. And lastly, we want to put an air conditioning unit on the left side of the house. All these things are triggering some variances that we're asking for. The first variance having to do with building coverage is due to the bump out for the garage and the deck. One thing that I want to point out is there's an existing platform, which is about half the size of our proposed deck, and that platform is in violation of side yard setback by about 16 inches. And so what we want to do is we want to correct that. And the addition for the shed is so that we could get a one-car garage. Right now, currently on this property, there's no garage, so we want to make the property more conforming by introducing a garage. I want to say that the deck is about the size of a parking space, a typical parking space. Just to give you a sense of what we're asking for, we're really trying to not ask for too much. And let's go to lot coverage. Because of the patio, we are also going to be violating lot coverage. And again, what we want to do is we want to get just like a small outdoor area that's on the grade, on the ground. That's something other than grass. Right now, they currently do have a patio, a larger patio than what we're asking for. That's indicated by this dashed red line, if you could see that. And the existing patio is almost to the side yard property line, so we want to improve on that. Again, this patio is about the size of an accessible car bay, parking space. Now let's go to setbacks. First, front yard setback. When we when we think about putting a bay window addition in the front, we're actually in violation of front yard setback. But we're not going any further into the street as what the current porch is. We're just putting a small, modest bay window sitting on top of the existing porch roof. And actually, we're going to do some improvements for the porch roof, too. Going to make it into a shed. Right now, it's a wonky little hip roof, and we want to make it into a more positively pitched shed roof, which is more in keeping with the shed roofs of the rest of the house. Side yard setbacks. Funny thing about this property, the width of the property is 45 feet in a zone that where the golden standard for the zone is an 80-foot wide property. So that leaves us, it's so substandard that it leaves us about 29 feet of actually building width that we could build in. So practically anything anybody does in this property is going to be violating side yard setback in one form or another. So right now, the existing shed is in violation. We are not touching the existing shed, save for putting a garage door in the front instead of a door, instead of a people door. But because we are converting it from a shed to a garage, we're kind of like changing the use of that accessory structure. So, the powers that be think that we should reapply for a variance for that side yard setback, even though it's a pre-existing condition. We're also in violation of side yard setback with our proposed patio. The thinking here is that this portion of the patio is actually, I consider it to be like a dedicated sidewalk, a dedicated walkway that goes from the patio to the side of the house. And if you think of that portion of the patio as a dedicated sidewalk, then it's in conformance because we're allowed to extend up to 6 feet of sidewalk into the side yard. And the window well is also in violation of side yard setback by about 2 feet. And so we are asking for relief for that with the idea that it's a positive thing for firemen getting in and out of the basement. And lastly, the air conditioning unit currently is on there's one unit on the right-hand side of the property, and it's encroaching into the existing driveway. It's actually not a great thing. So we want to actually improve that, and with the idea of a car possibly hitting that air conditioning unit, that we want to relocate it to the other side of the house, and we will be in violation of side yard setback for air conditioning units by about 2 feet. And we would be putting planted screens in front of that air conditioning unit.
Okay, great.
Quick question, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're pointing to the plan left for the basement window?
The basement window's right here, yes.
Yeah.
No, just this plan is showing the basement window is essentially where your AC is.
Yeah, I should do a little housekeeping too. There's been some questions about the zoning summations, and there is a zoning summation sheet that was part of the original application, and subsequently the civil engineer on the project, Bill Hollows, has updated his drawings to agree with that zoning sheet. I think the issues were that he neglected to count the window well, the air conditioning units, some overhangs. He got tripped up a little bit, so he straightened all that out. Now his plans now agree with that zoning summation. Jessica Sands might have already received a PDF from Bill, for all I know. I asked him to do that. But we'll update the application with his drawings.
Thank you. Board experts, what questions do you have for this witness?
steep slopes you appear to be okay with. Lot coverage for stormwater mitigation. You have your architectural notes and your engineering, they're off a little bit from the total square footage of impervious coverage. So not crazy numbers, but it's off a little bit, so that's just gonna have to be looked at.
Okay, and the engineer might have already corrected. I do have a copy of his updated drawings.
For example, your existing conditions for architectural plans say 2514 square feet, where the engineering plans say 2469. I mean, you're talking peanuts here when it compares to everything, but still,
Right.
you're gonna do it right.
Are the-
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we're
yeah,
just
yeah.
gonna get it fixed that way.
Are the figures for the variances that we have in our, in the planner's memorandum, I guess the more conservative of those numbers, or do those need to be updated?
I gotta double check that.
The architectural plans are the more conservative. The proposed on the architectural plans is 2634 per square feet of it total impervious, where on the engineering it's 2598. So it's an additional 36 square feet on the architectural plans.
Would it make sense for me to submit the engineer's revised drawings, which I have here, as, into evidence?
If the numbers
Because
match.
yeah, because if you're looking at the engineer's drawings that you have, yeah, he's already modified that and updated those calculations.
Yeah, I would be fine with just having the review letters as condition of approval if the board looks to move on this. And anything with the engineering letter, we can handle during building department review.
What I just want to make sure that when we're talking about variances for deliberation, we're all on the same page as far as those numbers go, so we know what we're actually approving here, and then the applicants don't have to come back later and say, oops, we need another, 0.1%.
Right. It appears the architecturals are the more conservative approach, but I'll default to Ed on that.
Yeah, if we can just confirm that the maximum building coverage is, you're asking for 24.2%?
Yes.
Okay. And then the maximum lot coverage, you're asking for 43.4?
43.2, I think.
43.2?
Hold on, I'm just going by memory now. 43.4.
0.4. There you go.
So we'll
That
need
would
to
be- there you
update.
go. Yeah.
It's just those two that we're talking
Just
about, right?
building coverage and lot coverage.
Okay.
Are those the two that were revised?
Yes.
Okay.
So can you just confirm for me again the percentage on building, 24.2 and?
43.4.
Thank you.
For lot coverage.
Okay.
And then, if you're finished.
I am.
With regard to building height, you also are asking for deviation there as well?
Yeah, so, let's talk about building height. We're not changing the height of the building, meaning we're not raising the roof or anything like that. But by definition, the height of a building is taken from what's called an average grade plane, which is the average grade around the perimeter of the building. When we added the deck, when we consider our proposed deck, we're in effect changing the perimeter of the footprint of the building, which the average grade is taken from. So by building the deck, we're actually lowering the grade plane by a couple inches. And so that means that our building height actually gets a couple inches higher. So I think currently it is already in violation. At 36 foot 8 inches, and now we're asking for it to be 36 foot 10 inches. So we're asking for a 2-inch.
But obviously, this is just a technical violation, and the actual height of the roof is not changing as a
Yeah,
result.
it's not
correct?
changing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The AC unit setback, that'll be on the side yard. What's unique about that situation as it relates to the neighboring property? What's on that side of the building as it relates from the AC unit to the neighboring property? Is there a driveway next door?
Yeah, there is.
Okay, so that would obviously not be right next to another building, it would be next to their driveway. Okay. Excuse me as I get through this. You indicated the patio setback. The garage dimensions, that would still function as a usable garage with the proposed width of 11.5 feet?
Yeah, so the interior dimension of the garage, I believe, is going to be 10 foot, 8 inches.
Okay. And there's a technical variance associated with the fact that you're changing the garage, therefore, you should deal with the minimum side yard setback to the existing garage, but that setback's not being reduced.
Right.
Any tree removal required in the proposed changes?
No.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Ed. Board members, what questions do you have? Mr. Kern?
Did you consider, or is it possible to get the AC unit under the deck so it's not encroaching on the neighbors? I mean, these houses are pretty close together and they can be loud.
I don't think we can put an AC unit on the deck. We've only got up about like maybe 5.5 feet between the ground and the underside of the deck.
Anywhere in the backyard?
I tried.
Yeah.
We looked into
Yeah.
so many places to put that. And it seemed like, it just seemed like where we located was the place that made the most sense.
Tom?
Yeah. I was trying to follow all the number changes, and it's kind of late at night for me to follow number changes. I have a question for our engineer. Did any of those number changes impact the conclusion that there's no need for stormwater management, or we're still not?
No, it does not.
Okay. And do you have any comments in response to the city engineers, and the neighbor mentioned this too, the city engineer's comment about complaints of drainage, some complaints of drainage currently from Shady Side to Woodland, and is there anything you think this applicant could do to address that?
Let me see.
I'm showing him the comments.
Okay.
And I was gonna ask where the window well drains to.
While he's doing that, quick question. The existing AC unit, does that need to be approved as well? And is that staying?
I'm
Are
sorry?
you having 2 AC units?
Yes.
So does the existing one need a side yard setback as well?
Yeah, as a pre-existing violation, yes.
Oh, on that same side of the building, yes.
So the comment from the city engineer's office is about, the applicant should deal with a means to offset the stormwater through plantings, maybe possibly some storage, or redirecting the existing downspouts to the front of the property. All that should be considered. This way you're not shooting it down the street. I would tend to agree with them. There's no capital projects planned in that area, so the city's not looking to do anything in that area to potentially have a positive impact. But, if the concern is having water drain towards the backyard, rerouting the roof leaders toward the front makes sense. Possibly in a planting bed, something of that nature, that would probably make some sense too.
Are you amenable to those suggestions by the city engineer?
Yes.
All right. Andy, can we add that as a condition? Yep. Great.
I have a question. You were talking about the walkway from the deck to get to the side of the property.
So,
Why do you need that there if you have the driveway on the other side and you can't get through because there's the window well and then the air conditioning unit? I'm not following that.
well, the walkway is the way to be able to access the air conditioning unit that's right here.
You need a whole walkway for that? It just doesn't seem like you need a whole walkway to get to that air conditioning unit. It's usually,
So maybe we should back up a little bit. Want to use this as a patio, and we want the patio to be like about 16.5 feet. Because that'll make for a nice usable patio. We're going to be in violation. If we did have a walkway that's continuous with the patio, it would not be considered a violation.
Mr. Shirella, could you use the mic, please? Thank you.
So is it a patio or a walkway? Just call it what it is.
Yeah, it's going to be a patio. It's going to be a patio, but a walkway in that same location would not be in violation.
But it's an extra wide patio. So I'm saying is you could,
Yeah,
okay, so
yeah.
you're,
Let's not talk in hypotheticals.
Yeah, so the idea is if we put like a 1-foot planted strip right here, and just separate the patio from that area, it wouldn't even be a zoning issue, a setback issue. It would be conforming. If we made that strip 5 inches, 4 inches, 3
But it's
inches, 2
affecting
inches,
lot
it would
coverage.
not be, it would be conforming. So it's just playing with definitions a little bit, but it is a patio that is in violation. But the point is that it's not in violation any more than what a conforming walkway would be off of a patio.
You're allowed to have a walkway in the side yard like
Yes, yes, you are.
Sorry. I'll
This
just ask a
did-
very pointed question. If I told you I don't approve of that side yard setback for that proposed patio, could you live with it?
Yeah, I guess we would make that modification.
Well, then, I think one of the things we would ask is, at what point do we, historically, the zoning department would have.
Doesn't qualify.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you're just going to access the air conditioner, put down stepping stones.
Right.
walk on the grass.
Guys, I'm trying to make it quick, it's midnight. So I'm looking at all these other things here, which candidly, really simply
Okay,
make
so
sense.
so I have to really ask the board this, does that really bother you? In other words, there's a current patio right now that's almost right up against the property line. We're correcting that violation, and we're making a less, it's still a violation, but but reducing the amount of violation that the current patio has.
Then explain to me why 16 and a half feet is the better version of, versus a 4 feet less, a 12 and a half foot? Why is that
12 by
the
20.
4 feet difference make a difference?
Think about a patio that's less than 16 feet.
Yeah, I can.
I have one. So I have a narrow lot like this. And I have stepping stones
I
in
mean,
my air conditioning units.
Yeah, if you want to,
I mean, that side yard's basically useless, because how far is it from the air conditioning units and the window well to the property line?
3 to 4 feet.
It's not very much. So you're extending a patio, which I get it, I understand that, but don't call it a walkway when it's just really a patio. And you just happen to put steps so you can change the elevation to get up to the air conditioner. That's kind of what he's saying.
yeah,
You know.
yeah, I get that, and it is a patio, and I'm just trying to rationalize my thinking as I, as I work with the zoning ordinances, and I try to work with it, and this is a way to work with it.
There's a lot of variances.
There's a lot of variances. Like, again, like I said, a lot of these side yard setbacks have to do with the fact that it's a 45-foot wide property. You cut back the 16 feet of, we're only talking about 29 feet of buildable width on this property. It is a hardship. And I think maybe that should be taken into consideration.
And that's,
29 feet is, again, using my parking space analogy, it's about 1.5 cars, 1.5 car spaces, parking spaces, end to end. It's not much.
The basement window or window well, is the basement currently compliant with fire code?
It is.
Okay, because you mentioned something about.
Yeah, so if there's a space down there that, that they want to develop for a bedroom, which I think they want to do, then you need to have a egress window within that bedroom. And then that would need to be code compliant. And that's the reason. If I'll be honest with you, the wanting of that window is coming more from me than my client. So.
I just wanted to find some
Yeah, if.
positive aspect of it.
And if you were to say like the window well is a bridge too far, maybe we'll eliminate it.
I don't have an issue with that, I just wanted to
Mhm.
understand it.
Yeah.
Well, how far from the property line is that?
Is the window well? Is the window well?
Well,
Or the patio?
Well, those egress window wells, they're quite large.
This will be coming 3 feet out from the foundation. Yeah, sometimes they need to be larger if you go down far enough.
2'8" roughly.
But this is going to be a shallow a shallow window well.
Yeah,
So
but
it needs to be,
The width of them, I think there's, I can't remember what the minimum, but there's minimum width. that they have.
I think we have 3'4". You only need a width of 3 feet again. There's no required ladder for this. Sometimes if they're deep enough, you need to have a permanent ladder, and then you need to allow for that, and the window well needs to be wider otherwise.
Where does that drain to?
It's going just to drain into the ground. We don't need to have like a dedicated area drain for such a small window well. I think anything under 12 feet, I think.
Questions from the public for this witness? No? Seeing none? All right. Is there anything you'd like to say in summation?
Do we need public comment?
Yeah, I was going to do that after. Go ahead.
No, I just really appreciate the board's time and consideration. I know it's a lot of variances, but, as Michael explained, it's just a really small property and trying to do the best I can with it, but.
Thank you.
Ask just one more question to the owner?
Yeah, sure.
So, we visited the site and you've got all new windows.
Yes.
So I guess this is a change of plan halfway through your construction?
Yeah, and some of that was necessary, to be honest. Like in the winters, there were some rooms that were getting to 50 degrees. There was just no insulation. The framing was horrible. So some of it was just born from necessity, just updating all that.
Thank you, Don.
I have one question. So the existing basement plan shows a bedroom with no window well, and the new one, the proposed, shows the bedroom with the window well. So one of them can't be called a bedroom if it wasn't.
Would that be bringing the?
There it is,
property
David.
in
There's your
conformity with code?
benefit. I like it.
Legal.
Legalizing a non-conforming bedroom.
That's where we go.
That's it.
I mean,
So on sheet 4, the proposed basement plan.
yeah, the left one, there's no window well. That's the existing.
Right.
Is it really a bedroom? Or is it just a room that you have a?
Yeah, I called it a bedroom because we foresee it becoming a bedroom.
My point is the window well, is it a need or a want? I mean, I just feel like it is. Those egress windows the doors are really big. So is that really necessary?
I think it's a need if you're going to put a bedroom down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if they do want to use it as a bedroom, and at some point, like this is for me now as an architect, let's just say that Ankur does not want to use, he wants to use it as an exercise room. He sells it, somebody else moves in, they make it into a bedroom.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
it's a good thing.
the next owner's
Right.
application, not this one.
Right. But
Yeah.
this is as far as an architect.
Okay, I'm just saying if there's
Looking for like.
things to cut down a little on the variances, just
Yeah.
giving you suggestions.
And I don't think that Ankur would mind if we eliminated the window well.
Yeah, I'm not using it as a bedroom right now. It's just a room.
Yeah, like I said, this was really coming more from me as an architect, trying to be life safety conscious.
Thank you. Public comments. Name, address, spell your last name.
Miriam
swear-
Zahn. Oh.
Swear you in first. If
Okay.
you could raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter, the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name.
Miriam Zahn, 65 Woodland Avenue. So Shady Side is very tight. A lot of houses close together, so I understand that there are a lot of variances here. I actually did not study the variances since I'm recusing myself, so I have no real comment on most of it, except that I would like to point out that what looks de minimis, 200 square feet of impervious cover over what's allowed, is not de minimis on my property. I'm at the bottom of the hill. So you take one of those crazy 4-inch storms and 200 square feet generates enough water to fill an 8-person hot tub, just for a visual. That ends up in my backyard. So I say that because it's very important to me, the engineering comment about the downspouts and regrading the driveway so that those and making that perhaps a condition, so that that driveway is pitched to the road. Currently, it's flat, and what happens in severe storm conditions, I'm getting street runoff from Shady Side via your house down into essentially ends up there. It's a very steep slope. I don't know if anybody noticed, but it's kind of like half the property is like a cliff, right? So you have your usable part and the rest comes out to me. So I would appreciate it if there would be some stipulation that the driveway be pitched and that the downspouts be pitched towards the road, not the backyard.
Yeah, I would recommend their engineer to look at maybe putting a high spot, maybe halfway down the driveway, so that the high spot's kicking towards the roadway, and whatever is beyond that is your natural transgressions in the backyard. Front yard, like the city engineer's office said, about rerouting the downspouts, putting in with some landscaping, going towards the front of the house, it makes sense.
So, just to elaborate on that condition a little bit, because I know we have the language from the engineer's report that says they'll offset the impervious coverage increase through planting, storage, or redirection of existing downspouts. Does that need to be specified to address both?
I would also add in there about the driveway as well.
So adding a high spot in the driveway?
Add a high spot in the driveway so it runs off towards the roadway.
Approximately midpoint.
Yeah, approximately about
At least at the midpoint.
Yeah.
If not more.
So
Whenever
you
they
understand
get to work, yeah.
those comments, and do you agree to that as a condition?
So the civil engineer wasn't able to make it tonight. Is that something that you would want to get his testimony on one way or the other?
I don't think it would require his testimony. What I think it would need is the updated plans, which would incorporate those additional stormwater measures. Would be, I didn't get to the sentence yet, where the revised plan shall be submitted to the board engineer for review and approval. So you would incorporate those changes or additions into the plans, provide it to the board engineer, and as long as he's happy that it addresses any potential stormwater issues on the property, then he would approve it, and that would be, we wouldn't need to come back for an additional hearing for engineering testimony.
Right, and the civil engineer might have like alternate ways, maybe like a detention pit in the backyard, where we don't change the,
We'll handle it during resolution of compliance and building department review.
So I guess.
retaining jurisdiction too?
I imagine we will want to do that, but are you married to the idea of a high spot in the driveway,
I'm
or?
married to it. It's their
Okay, so-
design. They have to make
As
sure
long as
that
they
they're not
address-
negatively affecting the neighbors.
All right, so
Okay.
we'll phrase it appropriately so
Okay,
that if
got
there's
it.
a better alternative, as long as it addresses the stormwater, and is subject to our board engineer's review and approval, that's what we'll be aiming for.
okay, got it.
Okay?
All right.
And
Great.
retaining
Thank you.
jurisdiction, yeah.
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
that
so-
comment with stormwater is actually item number 16 in our review letter. It handles the stormwater.
Okay. So our other usual condition when stormwater issues arise like this is that the board maintains stormwater jurisdiction for a period of 2 years after completion of the improvements. So that means if there is a detrimental impact on the neighboring properties within that 2-year period, those neighbors can ideally first raise it to you and you can address it. If it's not addressed, they can bring it back to the board and you would need to submit revised plans or address it in some meaningful manner, subject to the board's approval. So you understand that? And
Understood.
Are there any issues with accepting that as a condition as well?
No issues.
All right, thank you.
Great. Mr. Ball, I know you're already just talking about some conditions, but can you review all of them and tell us the number of votes required, please?
Certainly. First is our usual compliance with the conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. Second is that revised plans with the updated zoning calculations will be submitted to the board engineer for review and approval. Third, as we were just discussing, the applicant will offset the impervious coverage increase through planting, storage, or redirection of existing downspouts. The applicant shall add a high spot in the driveway at approximately midpoint or other stormwater improvements sufficient or subject to the board engineer's review and approval. And then fourth and finally, the board shall maintain stormwater jurisdiction for a period of 2 years after the completion of the improvements. And we are only talking about C variances here.
And removal of the window well, did we?
I guess we didn't address that, but C variances, we would only need 4 votes to approve.
Okay.
Does the board feel strongly about that window well? Would they like it removed to avoid that setback variance, or?
I would
think it
not
should
advocate
remain.
to remove that.
No.
I'd rather not put us in a situation where there's an unsafe scenario.
So, keeping it as is.
All right. With that, we can open up to deliberations. Who'd like to begin?
Since we were talking about the window well, I think that improves the safety aspect of the structure. There are, a number of variances, a lot of them owing to the existing nonconformities. The proposed improvements, while it does exacerbate a few of them, it's not particularly material. And I think, owing to some of the difficulties with the exceedingly narrow lots on Shady side, I can get behind them, with also recognizing the improvements to stormwater management and the board's retention of jurisdiction. And I'm sure we'll be quite close to, if any issues do arise, I can support the application.
I think with the amendment of the stormwater concepts here, the concerns I had about the patio being a little bit larger than really was clearly identified as a requirement, I don't see any issue here. All the other ones, this AC units, are exacerbated by the hardship of the fact that it is an overly narrow lot. So I think what you're doing is improving it, we're improving the safety, and we're improving the stormwater, so I support it.
And just also note that it does appear to be consistent with the neighborhood. They're all narrow lots, but I don't think this house will stand out as being too large for the neighborhood.
Thank you, Tom.
Before we get to a vote, the comment about the AC units just made me want to double check. We have 2. One is being maintained. The other is the one that is being maintained is not in compliance, correct?
That's correct.
And you're asking for a variance for the setback figure to that. Can you give me the distance from the property line?
Sure.
I believe you're impacting it by 2 feet, so therefore you're 3 feet away from the property line?
Yes.
So is that the same as?
Would it be the same for both AC units?
Okay.
It should be. The billing doesn't change.
Let's say it's the same for both AC
You're
units.
okay with that? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Yep.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Get a second.
Second.
Ms. Sands, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Mullen?
Yes.
Mr. Nelson?
Yes.
Mr. Curran?
Yes.
Ms. Chifo?
Yes.
Mr. Feskins?
Yes.
Chairman Liketz?
Yes. All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself from this one because it borders my property.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
He used to be 2 houses away, and then he bought the house next door.
At this point, it's sort of
Late. On his old house, didn't buy it, and actually that family expanded on it, they came in.
Well, that used to be his house, the one that the people came in for the variance?
Should we get
Wow.
it? Yeah. Mr. Chair?
Yes.
You want to get started? Please.
Yes. Ms. Olds, we're ready to go.
State that we are now in April 7th, or?
Sorry, before you go, I
Yes.
will also note that Mr.
At
Nelson
least we're not
has
carrying over and adding
recused
to
from this
another
matter.
date.
Great.
So thank you for staying and hearing our case tonight. Hillary Alls from Dempsey, Dempsey and Sheehan, appearing on behalf of the applicant Von Harlem LLC with respect to property located at 31 Neely Place, also known as Block 403, Lot 13 in the R6 zone. The applicant is the owner of the subject property and proposes to raise the existing dwelling to its foundation and construct a new two-story single-family residence with an attached garage, together with associated site and outdoor improvements. By way of background, the existing home is in need of substantial modernization. The detached garage is in a state of deferred maintenance and lacks any functional integration with the principal structure. In addition, the property is burdened by pre-existing non-conforming conditions, including a deficient southerly side yard setback and the average front yard setback condition. In connection with the proposed improvements, the applicant seeks variance relief for a side yard setback on the southerly side of 7.8 feet, where 8 feet is required. 7.8 feet currently exists. A combined side yard setback of 20.1 feet, where 20.8 feet is required. An average front yard setback of 27.9 feet to the bay window, 29 feet to the garage addition, and 29.9 feet to the existing foundation, where 25 feet is the minimum required in the R6 zone and 30 feet represents the average setback. And finally, an FAR variance of 38.2%, where 35% is permitted, which represents an overage of 205 square feet. The applicant, civil engineer Andrew Clark, architect Daniel Kelly, and planner Michael Tobia are here tonight to provide testimony in support of the application. Unfortunately, the applicant's principal, Mr. Grieve, is unable to attend this evening. His father, who lives in the Netherlands, received last rites on Sunday, and he traveled there yesterday to be with his family during this difficult time. Nevertheless, I, along with the applicant's expert witnesses, are prepared to proceed and address any questions the board has.
Great. Let's hear from your first witness.
All right, Andrew Clark.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
Andrew Clark, Clarke.
Thank you, and you've appeared before us a number of times, including recently. Any changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
No changes.
I imagine we'll accept you back.
Welcome
All right.
back, Mr. Clark.
Thank you. It's amazing to be here at after midnight.
Go ahead.
All right, so I'll walk through this as briefly as is warranted. On the right side, I'm going to indicate to the topographic survey that I prepared and was submitted with the package dated December 30th, 2025, describing the existing conditions. It's a primarily rectangular lot in the R6 zone on Mealy Place. It's about 60 feet wide, 63 feet wide by about 100 feet deep at the middle. One of the comments pointed out, which embarrassingly is true, that the meets and bounds, the dimensions of the lot, are missing from the drawings. Turned out they're on a frozen layer when I printed it, and I didn't notice, and nobody else did except for Mr. Snykes when he reviewed the plans. But that'll be corrected. So the existing conditions consist of an existing 1.5-story dwelling with a porch in the back and a detached garage at the rear right, with a driveway that services the garage. As indicated, the garage is in very poor shape. The house is generally in a deferred maintenance state, as we sometimes say. The site grading, it's very flat in the back. I had to use spot grades to distinguish any change in elevation in the back. And in the front, it pitches gently towards Mealy Place. That is the existing conditions. I, of course, show the neighboring dwellings for context, and then I'll walk through the proposed conditions. The existing dwelling is going to be brought down to the foundation with a course of block added to give a little ceiling height to the basement. The portion on the right side and the porch in the back will be removed. The garage will be removed. And then there'll be an addition added about 4.25 feet to the back across the rear, and then enough to get the one-car garage on the right side will be the addition, and then a portico and a bay window in the front as well. The driveway will be accessing now the front-facing garage, and the walk will access the front portico from the driveway. In the back, we're going to add a landing and steps down to a proposed patio. We're placing an emergency generator in a conforming location in the rear right, and 2 AC units to the right of the garage addition, which are also in a conforming location. Those will be landscaped as required by the ordinance. It's not indicated on the plan, but there'll be a note added in the revision that will be coming. But there is landscaping planned for the property, so that's easily incorporated in that landscaping. One of the other points that was raised in the memo is what's happening along the rear line. I think Mr. Linson might have indicated it would be helpful to have some screening in the back line. We did discuss that. There were no specific decisions made about whether that would be a fence or a row of vegetation, some sort of hedgerow. That hasn't been decided, but one of those two things will be enacted along the rear line. The site grading is going to continue as in the existing, pitching slightly towards the road from the front of the dwelling. Since it's so flat in the back, I'm going to try to introduce a very modest swale that pulls a little bit of the water from a high point here, bring that around the left side and out to the front. There was a comment about the roof leaders, just asking for some clarification on those with regards to stormwater. Since we're slightly decreasing the lot coverage, no stormwater measures are required per the ordinance and per the requirements. So what we're planning to do is take the new roof leaders that are going to be installed for the dwelling and bring them out. They'll either go to the curb, but I'm almost certain, I checked on this earlier today, that this manhole that's in the front of the property is actually part of the storm line that runs down there. So I'll coordinate with engineering at closer to permitting time. We may be able to connect directly into the storm line with those roof leaders, which would be my preference, as long as they have no objection to that, which normally they don't. So that would be the handling of the roof leaders. The driveway pitches gently towards the road already. So with regards to the variances quickly, on the left side here, as I indicate on the plan, that's where we have the 7.8 feet where 8 are required. That's existing. We're not getting any closer there, but we are extending 4.25 feet to the back and up. So that is still expanding that non-conforming side yard on the left side. And because we're maintaining the existing foundation and then adding to the right for the garage, we need a certain width in order to accommodate that garage. The resultant side yard, while we're more than compliant on the right, over 12 feet on the right side yard, the combined side yard falls a little bit short. So we're about 8 inches short on the required combined side yard, which is, again, just like the left side, a very minor deviation. In the front, for the setback in the front, we have 27.9 to the bay window. The portico is 26.6, but as it was indicated in the planning review, that is permitted. You're allowed a permitted encroachment into the front yard with a portico, and we're within those parameters for that. So that's not technically a variance, but the bay window and then the garage is at 29 feet. Again, the zone requires 25 as a minimum, but the average, the neighborhood average is 30 feet and is pretty consistent. So while we're not perfectly matching that, we're pretty close. The main body of the house is right at that 30-foot line, but this garage and the bay window project a little bit into that front yard. So those are the three main variances with regards to the yards. And the other one is the FAR, which I think the architect and planner would touch on, but it is also a minor deviation from the requirements. And with that, I would welcome any questions.
Board experts, what questions do you have for Mr. Clark?
Stormwater, we're good. They're decreasing total impervious square footage. As far as the roof leader goes, I like the idea of punching into that manhole if we can.
Yep.
My suggestion would also be add a clean out on the front lawn portion of the property.
Yeah, but
Not
within
the right of way,
yeah,
but within
absolutely.
your private property. I think that's about it from engineering.
Great, Carl.
Thanks.
Ed?
Any tree removal?
There is one tree on the property which is just to the right of the detached garage. We did discuss it a couple of times. It's not entirely clear. I don't know what kind of shape it's in. There's no reason or intent to remove it at this time. If somehow there was a conflict with the demolition, then maybe it would have to come down. Or if an arborist looked at it and determined it was no longer a viable tree, it might have to come down, at which point we would submit for a tree removal permit as any resident would need to do.
No further questions.
Thanks, Ed. Board members, what questions do you have for Mr. Clark? Seeing none. All right, Hillary,
All
next
right,
witness.
Daniel Kelly.
Thank you guys for accommodating for us.
Of course.
We'll
If you
swear
raise
you
your
in.
right hand, do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name, spell your last name.
Daniel Kelly, Kelly.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your background and experience for the board?
Sure. I graduated from NJIT in 2013 and have been practicing mostly residential since I graduated up to now. Most of it has been in New Jersey, a little bit of work in New York as well. I have presented in front of the board of Red Bank and have assisted other architects in Milburn, Livingston, and Fanwood.
I may have missed it, but licensed in New Jersey is in good standing?
Yes,
Any
also
que-
an architect, American Institute of Architects member as well.
Any questions from the board, or would you like to accept his credentials?
We would. Welcome, please proceed.
Thank you. So, as Andrew has accurately introduced this project, it is located on Mealy Place, which is a very interesting street. There has been a lot of development over the past, I would say, 12 or 13 years for multiple homes of different sizes and different shapes and different architectural styles. Our client purchased 31 Mealy Place, and we had to review the existing conditions and work with what was on the site. So essentially, it's a 1.5-story Cape typical house, and we're going to plan on actually building a new foundation block over the existing to get additional basement height. So we are going to do that and essentially take down all of the first floor, all of the second floor. We are going to use the existing foundation, and we are going to demolish the existing garage, which is in disrepair to a substantial degree, and attach a new garage onto the side of the house. Because the requirements of the zoning board are 10 feet by 20 feet, which is what we are going to propose, that attached onto the side is why we have the combined side yard setback variance requirement of approximately 8 inches. We are proposing extending the rear of the house as the straight towards the back, which is shown on the floor plan. Approximately, 4 foot 3 inches on the back of the house. So on the left side, the existing nonconformance is going to extend further back, but we are not encroaching further into the side yard. We're just extending it. The 10 by 20 minimum garage size is what we're proposing, and that triggers the side yard combined setback, which I mentioned earlier. We do have a floor area ratio variance because we are going to have a walk-up attic, and it is considered a half-story per our analysis and our design. And we also have space above the garage for an additional bedroom. So because we are asking for the small setbacks, the client wanted to have a little bit more space for storage. So this bedroom is on the smaller side, so it can also be used for additional storage. The front yard setback, we incorporated a bay and the garage to mark very minor encroachment on the front of the property. The existing house is 29.9 feet from the front property line. That is existing. We're building a new wall on top of the existing wall. We're going to put the 8-inch block to get the basement height, and then we're going to add a new wall on top of that. The only more non-conforming area is the bay and the garage as noted on the plans. So we also do have a rendering, which would help you get a better understanding besides the elevations. So the rendering, I guess we can tag that as an exhibit of A1. So here is what the house would be looking like, or the intent that we are coming up with. So we have front gables. We have a front to back gable roof with dormers and the portico and the bay to give a unique character to the area, which is constantly evolving because of all of the other houses that have been built within the last over approximately 10 years. And as Andrew noted, we're going to have either a fence or tree-lined shrubbery along the back, and we're going to use field stone with a water table, double-hung windows, which are common in the area, front portico, which is actually almost in the same spot as the existing door, and appropriate shingle-style siding as well for the intent.
And then just to confirm, the garage is conforming?
Yes, the garage is 10 by 20, and we are going to be using fire-rated Type X gyp with 5/8 inch. So that will be on the walls and the ceiling, so it will be separated.
And then the additional FAR is going to be within that attic space, but we still have a conforming building height?
Yes, we are conforming with our building height, and actually the building coverage is being reduced, as well as the impervious, as Andrew noted, because we are removing a substantial amount of driveway and stone driveway and the garage, which is further back on the property. So it's actually becoming more conforming.
Okay.
And these are, we all kind of agree, these are very de minimis variances that we're requesting, so it's not very visible, or it won't deteriorate the surrounding community.
Board experts, what questions do you have for this witness?
I have nothing for the architect.
Okay.
My questions were answered.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ed. Board members, what questions do you have for the architect?
Are there any houses similar style on Mealy currently?
Yes, there is one house, I believe it's 17, which is similar to this. And actually, I designed the project years ago under a different architect on 12 Mealy Place, which is the more steeper roof line, which is closer to the Pancake restaurant.
Great, thank you.
Great.
It's the fifth bedroom in the attic that's driving the FAR. What is that bedroom needed? Is that, is there a family that has a lot of kids, or is this, I don't know, because you have 4 bedrooms, there's also potential to convert one in the basement if you put in a window. I'm just wondering if that's needed.
I mean, I would say that there's a lot of homes in the area that are 5-bedroom homes, and again, the building height is conforming, so if you're looking at it from the outside, you won't really tell. You can't really tell that there's additional FAR on that 3rd floor. It doesn't increase the intensity of use, doesn't add to the bulk or the mass of the building.
I think the dormer adds to the mass of the building. Visually it does add, right? So.
Yes, that's correct, but we didn't want to have just an overabundance of roof. We wanted to make it more welcoming, and the dormers are definitely a little bit more of a brighter design intent.
I think the planner will talk about it.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the audience? Mr. Clark, do you have questions for this witness? All right, good.
Please, no.
Seeing none, all right. Hillary, let's get to your.
All right, Mike.
Oh, Mr. Nelson. I'm so sorry.
Do you
They
swear?
answered the fire department question.
Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter to the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name, spell your last name.
It's Michael Tobia, Tobia, applicant's planning consultant.
Thank you, and you two have appeared before us relatively recently. Any changes to your credentials since the last time you were here?
No, sir.
I imagine we'll accept you back.
Definitely, welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, everyone. Here on April 7th, I passed around a handout. We'll do a quick walkthrough of the property. We marked this A2, okay, Mr. Ball, and it's all photographs shot by me, and we have 10 pages to the exhibit, okay? So if you go to slide 2, you see what's out on the property now. Standard issue Cape Cod, about 1953. Thousands of these went up across the country post-war for folks coming back from the war. It's about 1,200 square feet. Modest, neglected, small by today's standards. And as Mr. Kelly explained, we want to save the foundation, okay, which has value in terms of lowering the cost of development, but basically the rest of the thing really needs to be updated. Slide 3 is the northerly facade. See a little bump out there that used to be called the dining room back in the day. Slide 4, a garage. It's detached. It's at the back of the property. It's in really poor shape. We don't like detached garages. Okay, they reduce the utility of the backyard for families. They extend driveways farther than they normally do for an attached garage. So one central benefit of the application is removing that and then bringing in the required attached garage to the side of the house, 10 by 20 as required. Next slide, slide 5, is the garage in close-up, and it's seen better days. Okay. Slide 6 is the rear facade of the house. One thing they did with this old place was put a new roof on it recently. Other than that, it's reached its useful lifespan. It's interesting to note, if you drive around Mealy Place and Plain Street next door, there are 17 gut renovations or demos and replacement with new homes. They're starting to outnumber the capes that were originally built on the street historically. So this is the trend. When Mr. Kelly put up the rendering, you see this basic type of larger, well-articulated architectural product throughout the 2 streets that form the neighborhood. Slide 7, there's the backyard now. And it shows you what a detached garage does to a yard in terms of reducing its usability for families. And then slide 8, the final slide, just shows the southerly facade of the property. Okay. Slide 9 is what you see up on the display board here, which is the rendering. So we have an FAR variance, Ms. Zahn. All it does, okay, it's 205 feet over what's permitted. All it does is give us more space up in the attic under the gable roof. Okay. We like controlling FAR because we don't want homes to get too big, too high, too close to other homes. In this case, all you see of the entire attic is that dormer. And we like dormers because they add architectural interest to homes and they add a lighting opportunity to bring window space into the attic. The dormer covers 33 square feet of floor area. We think it's minor. The problems normally associated with floor area ratio variances, these houses get too big and out of control. In this case, almost all, well, in fact, the whole attic is invisible because it's under a roof that would be there anyway. So the dormer, we think, is a nice architectural element, softens the look of the house. It's consistent with Mr. Kelly's other dormer on the garage element, and we think this is a really minor floor area ratio variance. Okay? The front yard setback, we can also talk about through this rendering. There are two minor encroachments into the 30-foot requirement. One is our garage bumps out 1 foot into the required 30 feet. It's 29 feet off, and that's for a couple of reasons. One, Mr. Kelly properly has put a nice little break in the facade so that garage doesn't form a flat plane across the front of the building. Two, we needed that extra foot to get the required 20 feet of length in the garage measuring front to back. This garage is now compliant as to both its width and its length and its attachment to the house. Okay? We have another front yard setback, which is for the bay window. The bay window comes 2.1 feet into the required 30-foot setback. All it does is add a heck of a lot of visual interest to the front of the building. Without it, you start getting more of a flat, bland colonial design to the building. We're requesting this because the benefits of the bay are an attractive architectural product with microscopic impacts on the front yard setback. Okay? The portico, another nice design element, is permitted without any need for a variance for front yard. So that's the front yard setback. The main plane of the entire building is conforming. Okay? Side yard's been discussed. Planners once in a while get criticized for using the term de minimis a little too much. In this case, it really applies. We're short by 2.4 inches on the left side, southerly side of the house, because we want to save that existing foundation, and we don't build 2-inch jogs in our new additions to comply with zoning. It would create a really awkward looking building. Just about no one does a jog like that. Our combined side yard setback, counting the 2.4 inches on the left side, as well as a 6-inch deficiency on the right side or northerly side, add up to an 8.4-inch side yard setback variance for the two side yards combined. Microscopic in terms of its impact, imperceptible even to people like me who work in this field all the time. And importantly, what it allows us to do is create a properly sized garage in terms of its width. We don't want to push that in 6 inches or 8.4 inches for technical compliance and then have a garage that is less wide than ideal for the foreseeable future. So those are our variances. Really easy to justify this because it's just a great looking building. It promotes a desirable visual environment, and it does so with just minimal impact on the neighborhood. This is the trend in the neighborhood. These rebuilds that are super attractive, and they have followed a broad planning trend for decades now, which is houses have gotten larger and larger with each passing decade. I don't think this ends up being a 5-bedroom house. It's probably going to end up being a 3 or a 4 with a home office, an exercise room, something like that, especially home offices these days, which Maison is probably what the attic's going to end up being used for. Okay? For these reasons, we promote goals A, C, G, I, and M of the municipal land use law. And the conclusion for the reasons stated is this will not be a substantial detriment to the neighborhood. It's going to be an enhancement. Because our variances are so minor, it will not be an impairment to your zoning ordinance as well. It's one of the very few cases I take where we can actually say building coverage is going down and so is lot coverage, both by slight amounts, but we're pulling up other material like the garage and the patio and the driveway. So coverage is actually going down on this project. That's what I got, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent, thank you. Board experts, what do you have?
With regard to an FAR variance, you're looking at also the site's ability to accommodate the bulk. What is it about the building and its design
So what's happened here is we do have a conforming lot and a conforming width, and it does accommodate this FAR, because as I said, we meet building coverage, we meet lot coverage, we meet height. These big indicators of overdevelopment are not met here. And yet somehow we've managed to have this slight bump up in floor area ratio without impact on the neighborhood.
I also noticed in the architectural design is that the second floor is not taking up the entirety of the building footprint.
Right, so the garage side is a partial second floor, which reduces massing as well, that's correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Ed. Board, what questions do you have? Yes? Mr.
Just
Grant.
a point of clarity, I thought the side yard, or the combined side yard is 2.3 feet increase versus, I forget what the math you just did, but it was less than that.
Increased over the existing condition, is that the question?
Yeah.
So because of the garage, it does increase. Right now, that existing building is 22.4 feet with combined side yard, and it decreases by 2.3 feet. It's on the zoning chart.
Yep, okay. And just a point, I mean, it looks like a reasonable plan, but were it not for saving money around pouring a new foundation, we probably wouldn't see you here today.
Say, I didn't hear that. You probably wouldn't see.
We probably wouldn't see you here today because it'd be easy ways to avoid all variances. But you're reusing the foundation, which I totally understand.
It's a value, okay, to do that, keeps it out of a landfill, we like that. I don't know about the northerly side where the garage is, we may still have a variance there, unless, if what you're getting at is rebuild the whole foundation, then you're correct, yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions? No? Seeing none? Questions from the public? Seeing none?
Right, just real quick, this application represents a reinvestment in an outdated 1953 home that no longer meets modern standards, replacing it with a well-designed, single-family residence that is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood, and I would submit that the variances being requested are minimal.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one for public comment, so we'll go, oh wait, Andy, conditions and number of votes.
Actually, yeah,
Oh.
there's one.
Oh.
There is a public.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Don Nelson, 20 Plain Street.
If you can raise your right hand. Right hand.
Your other right hand.
Do you swear
I'm
from-
left-handed, what can I tell
Do
you?
you swear from the testimony you're about to give in this matter is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I noticed that the engineer mentioned that there was a generator. Is there some sort of a condition we can put on that so that it's only tested during certain times?
That's already incorporated into our code.
Perfect.
So
That's all I needed.
no condition necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Okay,
All right.
now I'll get to conditions.
Thanks.
First is our usual compliance with conditions noted in the board engineer's memorandum. And second, that the applicants shall revise their plans to reflect either additional plantings or a fence to help screen the rear property line. And I think I got that right, correct? It was rear property line that needed the screening?
Yes.
Great. I assume no issue with that condition, Ms. Hulse. Thank you. And because there's the FAR variance, 5 votes are required to approve.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ball. Who'd like to begin our deliberations?
All right, I'll begin. How's that? Just, this is clearly a house that needs to be raised. It doesn't even look like it can be renovated as is. So, you know, it looks like a very thoughtful design. Appreciate the comments about the FAR. One thing I will say that in the neighborhood, I do see that some of the houses do have a massing that seems maybe a little bigger than what it should be, and sometimes it starts to dwarf the remaining ranch houses on either side. That being said, I think, you know, one of the improvements of this property is that you've actually condensed it a little bit, you know, on the driveway side. You've taken that driveway out and kind of, you know, you moved it over, like attached it to the house, and it's made it a little bit a little more, in some ways, it looks like with the grass, a little more breathing room between the house and the neighboring house. So I see that as an improvement too. And yeah, I think that most of the variances being requested are minimal and imperceptible, so I could support this.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't think much else needs to be said.
All right,
Mary did a
perfect.
great job.
Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Vice Chair Zahn?
Yes.
Mr. Yuko?
Yes.
Mr. Mullen? Yes. Mr. Curran?
Yes.
Ms. Chifo?
Yes.
Mr. Feskins?
Yes.
Chairman Liketts?
Yes. All right, good luck. Thank you.
so much.
All right.
Despite this being way past my bedtime, I just want to say thank you to all of you for fitting us in and hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Clark.
for
We're-
hanging
yes.
out.
Next
Thank
time,
you
bring
so much.
breakfast.
Yeah, let's get to bill somebody.
I'll take that one.
All right. So we don't have any resolutions for memorialization, but we do have 2 sets of minutes for approval.
First up, we have the minutes from February 18, 2026. The eligible voting members are Vice Chair Zahn, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Nelson, Ms. Chifo, Mr. Feskins, Mr. Chanchuli, and Chairman Liketts. Could we get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Mullen.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And then lastly, we have the minutes from March 2nd, 2026. The eligible voting members are Vice Chair Zahn, Mr. Yuko, Mr. Mullen, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Curran, and Mr. Chanchuli. Could we get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor?
Can I just go to sleep down here?